Police officers have been killed after their vehicle struck an improvised explosive device in the Arabia area of Mandera County. Police say the victims were 4 officers from the Special Operations Group and 1 National Police Reserve officer. They were on a routine patrol when their vehicle hit the suspected IED, which authorities believe was planted by the Al-Shabaab terrorist group. The explosion destroyed the vehicle, killing all 5 officers at the scene. Security agencies have since deployed additional personnel to the area to prevent the attackers from crossing into Somalia. No group has claimed responsibility for the attack. However, Mandera County has experienced repeated attacks in recent years, with Al-Shabaab militants frequently targeting security personnel and critical infrastructure. DCP leader Rigathi Gachagua has defended himself after the NCAC opened investigations into his recent remarks over alleged hate speech and incitement. Speaking in Waweru during a rally, Gachagua maintained that his statements were made using figurative language, arguing that metaphors, personification and hyperbole are common forms of political expression and should not be interpreted literally.
Jana nimesema ya kwamba tutaua nyoka pamoja na maya. Nimeona huyu Murkomen ati anasukuma watu ya NCIC ati waulize sisi, ati watuulize sisi, ati kwa nini tunasema hivyo. Sisi tuseme hatuna hate speech. Sisi tunatumia figurative language kwa sababu sisi ni wanafunzi wa literature. Kuua nyoka ni kufukuza William Ruto kwa kura. Kuua mayai ni kufukuza wafuasi wake wote kwa kura. That is what we mean.
Gachagua's response follows growing calls for investigations into his remarks, with Health CS Aden Duale and Nandi Senator Samson Cherargei among those urging action. In other news, the High Court has dismissed a petition seeking to hold preparations for the 2027 general election pending a constitutional review. In a ruling delivered in Nairobi, Justice Patricia Nyaundi said the court lacked jurisdiction, stating that the constitution provides clear procedures for amendments through parliament or a popular initiative, which the petitioner had not followed. The petition filed by Bernard Mwanzia argued that the 2010 constitution required reforms on issues including presidential term limits, devolution, parliamentary representation and election management before the next polls. The judge ruled that constitutional changes cannot be achieved through litigation and declined to consider the merits of the proposed reforms. The court also ordered that each party bear its own costs, citing the public interest nature of the case. A new study by the KIPRA says Kenya has limited room to increase VAT beyond the current rate of 16%. The report warns that a higher VAT could hurt the economy by reducing household and business spending. According to KIPRA, the optimal VAT range for raising revenue without harming economic activity is between 10.25% and 16.30%. The institute says the current 16% rate is already close to the upper limit and recommends widening the tax base, curbing tax evasion, adopting technology in revenue collection, and strengthening tax administration instead of increasing taxes. Former Chief Justice David Maraga has warned that government to urgently prepare for the anticipated El Nino rains, urging authorities to take seriously forecast of heavy rainfall that could trigger widespread flooding across the country. Speaking in Nairobi, the United Green Movement Party leader criticized the government for failing to allocate sufficient resources and the current budget for flood mitigation despite early weather advisories issued months ago.
Mobilize every local and international resource openly and transparently, and account for disaster-related expenditures in real time. Stock health facilities as a precautionary measure against the disease outbreak. And lastly, relocate the affected people to safety with dignity.
And parents and students affected by the failed Finland and Canada scholarship program in Wasingishu County staged protest in Eldoret demanding refunds after a court last week dismissed the case against those accused in the scandal. The demonstrators also called on the government to intervene and help secure a lasting solution for families who say they lost millions of shillings intended to finance their children's studies abroad. The affected parents presented their petition to the regional office of the ESCC in North Rift, saying they have waited for justice for several years after losing their savings. And that's the news. I'm Sheila Timbur.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. Broadcasting worldwide, Spice FM. Online, mobile, and on radio. Facebook at Spice FM KE.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Parliament has got powers. Let me break it down. The National Assembly can initiate an impeachment of the president.
This same National Assembly.
Yes. That's our constitution.
This is just a continuation of the previous administration, which Ruto was part of. President Uhuru himself openly said that we're losing 2 billion daily. Daily. I mean, come on. Are you saying that we don't have a central bank?
If we look at Kenya, both public-private sector, that figure is ranging between 30 to 40%, right?
I think it's clear that the government of Kenya is living beyond its means.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Baba should disown these experts and they say they went there on the because he keep on telling us that these experts just came from Dubai and he found them there already at State House looking for jobs.
Government has to has to introduce austerity measures. It's something that this government and the previous ones have not been able to do in this country. We've talked about it so many times.
And really, I think you have seen the modus operandi of William Samoei Ruto since he came in. It's just showbiz.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Like now, you abandon, of course, the narrative of Wheelbarrow, Mutomjengo, Mamamboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion to service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit, it's itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
I am also a publicly elected official. Okay. My salary is paid by your taxes.
Yes.
So if you need me to answer questions, we will not run away from you.
Asante,
we will always be here.
The government itself is engaging in corrupt practices. That the government itself deliberately schemes to influence through bribery members of parliament.
You pay for a passport online. Alafu you're told there are no booklets.
I rebuke matters corruption because corruption has brought this country to its knees.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's Wednesday.
It's Wednesday.
Yes, it is. It's hump day. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Freshy.
Uko freshi?
Nashukuru.
Kabisa.
Wewe ukaje?
Niko poa.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too, Niko
This
poa.
fine Wednesday.
It is Wednesday, and there's 2 days left in the month of July.
Yes.
It's done and dusted, as it were, more or less. Yeah. I'm trying to think of if something monumental happened yesterday. No, not really.
Other than the great conversations we had yesterday, nothing really.
Yeah, indeed. And then we're just, pushing it along and coming into Wednesday. And the year is really flying. I think we just said Happy New Year. And here we are having almost completed the seventh month of the year. And there's 5 months left to go. And this is where we are. And the weather hasn't changed. We're told there's going to be some rain.
Yeah.
And maybe it's drying up in certain parts of the country. The government is actually giving away some food.
Yes.
Rationing is happening for people are getting food rations in some parts of the country. Yeah, that is actually happening in Kenya. Many, many things happening. We've confirmed that everybody's doing fine. Yes. I think Marion gets here like midnight. Yeah, it's like
Marion confirm.
So I think I know she left me here yesterday, but then I think you just turned around and came back here. It's a jipa. I heard that. I learned a new phrase yesterday. My Kiswahili teacher is a Kiswahili anchor on KTN.
Suleiman?
Yes. Half the things he has taught me I can't remember.
But
does that talk about the quality of the teacher or the quality of the student? I don't know.
Yeah, Jamaa Kilifi.
Yeah.
Happens.
It's coming so slowly. If you hear me using some complicated Kiswahili words, just know that the teacher is doing well.
Yep.
Sasa nimechukua fursa hii. Umeona sasa?
Umechukua hii fursa.
Kuwakaribisha nyote kwa hii kipindi. Oh my God. So now I'm losing it.
Hiki kipindi man, hichi kipindi.
That one. You've done right. You've done well. It's at 12 minutes after 6 o'clock, and a very good morning to everybody. Karibu sana. Everybody's doing well, I hope. And I am just here to inject your morning with a little bit of hope and sunshine and golden beams of hope.
We need it.
Sindio?
We need it. I need it.
It is me today that is doing that. I may not feel like that, but I've decided, you know what? I can. Because why not?
Why not?
It's Wednesday and we're getting into the end of the week. I'm telling you, my house was full of different cultures yesterday because people are doing cultural day. I don't know the Rwandese, I don't know who. We're just trying to learn. Anyway, I was all over Africa yesterday. Good morning, Marion and Skitty. Good morning. How are you? Nyokavi is here. It's a day 2 of doing that thing on her, but she's here and we're doing well. Joy B, good morning. Everybody, to the wonderful women who put this together as we get into the program today. Karibu. Thank you for being here this morning. And a very good morning to our audience on KTN. Thank you for tuning in. Our live streams are up and we're getting into Wednesday proper today. And we're doing it right. Let me tell you some of the conversations that we'll be having today in the Situation Room. And yes, our live streams are up. YouTube, Facebook, and on X. Karibu nyote. And as we get into the program today, we will have a number of conversations and I'll let you know what those will be. Okay, we will continue our education conversation today. We're going to talk with, at 8 o'clock, around issues still on education. The problem with not talking about these things is that they somehow disappear into the woodwork. And then we say, oh, right, there was a problem with education at some point. No, we need to bring them out. And then what it does is that once you put the problem front and center and you continue keeping it there, that you have no choice but to come up with a solution at some point. And these solutions that we seek are often born from discourse. Now, at 8 o'clock, yes, I'm starting right in the middle of things today. Boaz Waweru, who is the Elimu Bora Working Group Policy Advisor, will join us together with Professor Solomon Shibairo, who is the Vice Chancellor of the Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology. So the VC joins us this morning. We're going to be looking at the funding dilemma, mapping out challenges facing the education sector. And we're going to go from secondary through towards tertiary university, college level. So that's the conversation that we'll have at 8 o'clock today. Because really, what's the problem and what are some of the, parts of the spectrum that we should be looking at that we are not? So that's what we'll do at 8 o'clock So let's come back to 7 o'clock, where we will have a conversation this morning about, this running mate thing. What exactly is happening? People are talking, maybe not, maybe. The headlines today will tell you a thing or two. Is ODM in the game or not? And where is the youth agenda in all of this? Caswell Makore is an ODM, which demonstrative article I'm using now? ODM youth leader. He'll join us at 7 o'clock this morning for that conversation. So what does it look like, and who's shaping up this conversation today? So Caswell joins us at 7, and maybe some insights that we'd like to be able to get. Dr. Alphonse Kanga is an NCCK regional chair. Taming the tongue is the conversation that we'll be having. Ethnic insults, leadership and responsibility in public office. We saw the NCIC come out yesterday and name 3 individuals that they were starting to investigate concerning ethnic slurs and what may be happening. 2 CSs named, as well as Rigathi Gachagua. I believe it's Aiden Duale, Geoffrey Ruko and Rigathi Gachagua that they're coming after. Okay, that they're going to be investigating. Is this enough? Is the question that we're probably going to be asking. And as we talk with the NCCK, we'll talk about some of these things as well as that comes into place. So that's what it looks like on Wednesday. Those are the conversations that we'll be having. Where are you tuned in from this morning? Let us know what you're doing and say hello to us so that we can let you, so we can welcome you. And as we get into this conversation together.
Yes.
Sawa. All right, we'll do that in just a bit. In the meantime, tell us what the folks of Blantyre and Lilongwe
are saying. They are saying, if you want to enjoy beautiful sunsets, come. Because we've taken care of our beaches along Lake Malawi. That if you are a photographer, some of the postums that do exist out there have been taken in the country. Bird watching is another thing that takes place in the country because they have different species of the same. But let's go to the proverb. And this one, I really wanted to hear interpretation. The mosquito told the elephant, "Your size is impressive, but your skin is still my dinner table."
Yeah. Gosh. Even like when you're seeing something so monstrous and that you think that, okay, this thing is everything. There's something you have that I don't. Or there's something I have that you don't. So you could be there with the largesse and, the extravagance of something, but there's something that I have that you do not. So don't look down on everybody. Don't look down on anybody because there's something they have that you don't, or there's something they can do that you cannot.
Yep. The largesse that we have in this world, many usually forget of one thing, that there is an equalizer. We'll all go 6 feet under.
Yep. At some point.
And that's a reality. With your largesse, with everything, we'll all go 6 feet under. So how do you live with the people? Don't assume, don't disrespect. Just be a good person.
Try as much as you can to be a good person. Try as much as you can to be a good person. Don't look down on anybody, man. It really sucks.
Yep.
Don't do that. Okay, so let's say hello to you this morning. And as we're getting into it today, Shaq Bet, top of the morning, Spice FM. Well, top of the morning to you too, Shaq. How are you? In Pidgin English, to Shaq. Do you know what to Shaq is? Shaq is to booze. I won't go Shaq or Guguru. Yeah, that's what Shaq is. But Shaq also is...
How do you also say eat in Pidgin?
I want to Shaq.
No, like, how would you say it in Pidgin? Like, I want to eat.
I want chop.
I want chop. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What? Okay.
You'll still be there. Shaquille O'Neal is also one of the greatest basketball players ever. So, Shaq, is that what you're, abbreviating? A very good morning to you and Karibu Sana. Jeff Bet. 2 bets following one another. Good morning, good Kenyan people. Then Nduh and Aseto, good morning to you, sir. Kiaria Peter says, good morning, tuning in from Mombasa. You can't change the past, but you surely can ruin the present by living in the past and worrying about the future. Absolutely.
True.
For a worrywart like me, that's great advice. Rogers Nyange says, good morning, Spice. Watching from Bidikani in Voi. Robert Mbogo is also tuning from Mombasa this morning. Henry Acceptor says, good morning, Spice family. Leo, siku imeanza poa kabisa. Sindio? It's a good thing. Princess Nduh, yes sir. And Aseto, amplify. We cannot solve our problems with the same thinking we used when we created them. A U-turn is thinking lazima. In thinking, ni lazima. I agree, ni lazima. It's just like the person who cocked up the thing cannot be given the responsibility to fix it.
You can't. You can't. The only thing you know is to destroy. I can't trust you to fix.
I think about this vehicle. There's a vehicle called the Destroyer. It's got the big wrecking ball. It's never the same vehicle that's used to put the building up.
Its purpose is to wreck.
Yes. And go. Yeah, you can't.
Then you come with earth movers. You'll come then with personnel. You come with engineers and structural design.
Those are the ones to fix it.
Those are the ones to fix it.
James says, hello, the kids are home for rest as they come home by observation. They are silently copying our driving manners, hand signals you give other drivers and phone habits. Watch out, home teacher. As per the things that you do on the road rage, they're in your vehicles now. Is that what you're saying? Or you've given them the car to drive? Which one, James? Dan Steelangat says, good morning. Keep Kelly on in the green county of Kericho listening. Come for a sweet cup of tea. I could jive with that, actually. I like the ambience, the feeling of Kericho. Cool, sleepy, cool, like literally weather cool. I like that. I could jive with a sweet cup of tea in Kericho. We'll look you up the next time. Ama? All right. Isakale says, good morning, Nduh, Aseto, and TSR. A good interview measures politicians. Great interviews introduce statesmen. Nduh and Aseto, yesterday, did the microphone remain a test or quietly become a podium? For whom? That's a good question. You tell us. Bwangi Juma says, good morning, SpiceFM. How are you all this blessed Wednesday? Imagine the first 3 ODM is proposing for DP slot. Oburu is not among them. When Sifuna talks about mediocre, they cry loud. Well, let's hear. Kasmo Baby will tell us a thing or two this morning. Hisa Daniel says, good morning, Kenyan people. Good morning to you. We've seen you. D Combo says, good morning, Angwana. SpiceFM Leo, he may keep time. Where? Mvua ya mawe itanyesha leo. Where? Don't do that.
D Combo Jana was technical issues, man.
It was technical issues, James is asking, has it crossed anyone's mind that the currently 2 most influential politicians in Kenya, Rigiji and Sifuna, were a malicious creation of someone trying to destroy their political careers?
I was actually thinking about it yesterday. Yep.
Well, isn't that how some people are made? Sometimes it's a happenstance or a happy mistake, a good mistake.
Yep.
Drift Session says, good morning, Spices. Happy Wednesday, and happy Wednesday to you. Oseno Mark says, good morning, Spices. People may forget what you gave them. They may forget what you did to them, but they will never forget how you made them feel. Maya Angelou's, one of Maya Angelou's greatest quotes. Bernard Nyaberry says, good morning, Spice team. After Jeanette blasted Sifuna's house, is it possible if we can see his Suna East house? Please, Denofanya Kitu, good day, guys.
Kimiyak is here as well.
What Migori County? Yeah, take a picture somewhere.
Which one? Someone definitely has it.
Right?
Yeah.
Simon Kibiri says, good morning, our prince and princess tuned in from Mombasa and can't wait for today's great conversations. Karibu Sana, let's do it. Mark Mwangi is tuned in this morning. It says, good morning, Nduh and Aseto. Nduh, you should invite Senator Murango from Kirinyaga for more Swahili. The guy is a gwiji waluga. I know, I listened to him and I was like, wow.
Yeah.
For somebody, you know how somebody has mastered a language when they're able to use things like idioms and synonyms and in a language, then you know,
Uyakofiti.
Kabisa.
There's someone called Kimiyak that you just haven't talked about.
Where did he? Oh! I've not reached there now.
You have.
Did I pass? I'm very sorry. Even I passed Victor Nyamoki. Very good morning to you. Eric Awar. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Kimiak, desperate moments are making them make roadside statements on our education funding. Capitation is yet to be updated, and they are talking about free university. Nothing good will come out of the Kenya administration. Yeah, and that's the conversation we're having at 8 o'clock this morning. Let's break this thing down. If you need to get a little bit pissed off, do it, because usually it's out of that you get some kind of solutions, right?
Kabisa.
Okay. Sasa nilikuwa wapi?
Uko hapo kwa Desmond Otis.
Good morning. Nduh, good morning. Gotea Aseto.
Nimegoteka sana. Yeah.
Wonder. Good morning, Nduh and Aseto from Toronto. Question. Looking at the large crowds of Sifuna supporters, I wonder, can a president truly represent everybody without upsetting their main supporters? No. That's for sure. If you're pleasing everybody, there's something wrong.
True.
If you're always happy, then it's a lie. Like, can you work for everyone without breaking a campaign promise? I think you can.
Yeah.
I think you can actually do that. But I think it comes in the very beginning.
Yeah.
When you realize that there's a possibility for disappointment, you do not overpromise.
Yes.
You don't overpromise.
You can make a U-turn.
Yes. You at the beginning, you can say, let's work with two things. And then along the lines, as we complete them, let's do the next.
Yes.
That's what you do. In a case like this, where there's so many people to please, you underpromise. You start with the things that you know you can do.
Or just pick one.
Jamo. Hey, it's another thing I heard the other day. Somebody's talking about jam, and I was like, how does that have anything to do anything? So yes, they take the language and they turn it around. So jamo is actually moja turned around. Okay.
That's confusing though, because you could also jemo is a person as well. James.
God.
Anyway.
I guess context here. Context matters. So there's your answer, Wanda. Under promise, and then you should not have too much of a problem. Mark Monkey says, Atimnaleta kasmweli. Apo mume tufanya ile kitu hapana. Give things a chance. All we are saying is give peace a chance. Let's see the conversation. In everything, my darling Mark, deal with an open mind.
Yes.
Sawa. Pace Timer says, Nushikamo mahraba. You see? Aseto, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Nduh, lazima usingatie viambishi katika lugha. Hivi hawa wanasiasa wanatuchukulia aje? Tumeya. I'm done.
Uhiwiano imemwita Duale lakini kasema ye haendi mbona kwani ye ni nani? Duale has been summoned by NCIC. He says he'll not go. Who is he?
Omo, see, let me tell you something. When life chooses to humble you,
yes,
that's all I have to say.
Yeah.
When life chooses to humble you,
see our proverb.
That mosquito on the elephant.
Yes.
When life decides to humble you, okay, he said he will not go because the office is far.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's his office.
Eric Yoga says, good morning, Nduh and Aseto. No matter how you feel, get up, dress up, show up, and never give up.
Yeah,
good days ahead, Kabisa. Daniel Churu says, good morning, blessed crew. I was watching a documentary, and let me tell you, Africa is quietly under siege from jihadists. We're losing thousands of innocent lives and regions to insurgents, and nobody's doing anything.
True.
It's true. You're
Think
right.
About Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso. Look at what is happening in Sudan, the Congo, Somalia, and counting. Oh, goons in Kenya.
Look,
it's crazy.
It is. It really is very, very bad. Vincent is tuned in this morning, watching from Dodoma. Kwa Mama Double S. Hi, I'm Salimia Mama Basi. Samuel says, your proverb, you may think you're big, strong, name it, but you'll remain vulnerable to tiny things. May such be the irrational ruling elite. Such may be the irrational ruling elite in Kenya currently. There's your example.
Yep.
Right there. Christina says, good morning. Good morning to you, Christina. Hope you're well. And David Mangera says, good morning, tuned in SpiceFM. Tuko nani kabisa. Laban says, good morning. Yeah, nurses' strike has struck me a lot. Imagine telling nursing interns not to report to duty in solidarity. Yet during pre-internship, if it was not for KMPDU, they would have been left out. Yeah. It doesn't look good what's happening in hospitals right now with the nurses out on it. Paulo Laka says, good morning. Great day to be alive. God is good all the time. All the time, by the way. All the time. Raskodor says, good morning, Spice. It's a time of political promises. Wakenya raundi tuko rada mbaya. Oh, radar.
Radar, tuko kwa radar. Tuko radar. Radar yetu iko juu.
Wanda says he's welcome, but Nduh and Aseto should fact check as always. So don't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
So lovely to have you guys in the room this morning. Thank you for being here. And let's get into the conversations. But we want to look at what's happening in the air and what's happening on the roads. And then we'll come and see what's happening in the headlines this morning. Dennis Aseto, Nduh, Okoh with you in the Situation Room this morning. We will comfort the afflicted and afflict the comfortable. The conversations are for the people so that we can get better one day at a time.
True.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
All right, cloudy conditions in Nairobi at 13. We'll see a high of 23, and it is 12 and clear in Eldoret. While at 14, it is cloudy into Nakuru and mostly cloudy at 14 in Nyeri. 20 degrees in Kisumu. We'll see a high of 27, and at 17, Kakamega is cloudy with mostly sunny conditions at 22 in Mombasa. Malindi is partly sunny at 25. Marsabit at 19 is sunny this morning. Crossing over into Kampala, it's 18 and cloudy, while Dar es Salaam is partly cloudy at 21. It's 8 degrees and partly cloudy in Johannesburg, and we're looking into cloudy conditions at 26 in Lagos. Clear skies in London at 18, while Beijing is sunny at 34, and it's a rainy night in New York Tuesday. Coming into Wednesday, we'll see a high of 26 and a low of 21.
Chilled Spice.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life. Traffic.
All right, what are we looking at? Traffic this morning is already starting to build up on the Thika Superhighway as you get into the city. Slowly moving along and not at a snail's pace in some parts, but we're going to see that clog up for sure. It's already at bumper to bumper status at the Pangani underpass as you find your way through towards the city. So that's what it's looking like there. Mombasa Road is already starting to clog up for some reason. Outbound traffic heading out towards Capital Centre and then through towards the Nyaya Stadium roundabout. And it's also busy on Jago Road. It's going to find its way through towards Landis and then out towards Haile Selassie. It's building up on Gong Road. Not too much traffic at the junction coming in from Naivasha Road through towards Kingara Road. So that looks okay for now. Let's see what happens. All in stride, folks. All in stride. SpiceFM KE on X. Hashtag The Situation Room.
Turn up the heat with endless entertainment on Star Times. Feel every moment of the action as the biggest leagues reach their thrilling finales. Recharge your monthly subscription to unlock a world of endless drama to enjoy Novella E, now available on your Nyota bouquet. Dive into blockbuster movies with the launch of TNT, your new home of big screen hits. And for the little ones, a world of non-stop fun on Cartoon Network, now on Star Times. News, sports, drama, movies, kids, and reality all in one place. All for you. To renew your subscription, dial *858# for self-service or get in touch with our call center on 0719 077 077 for customer care. Buy a Star Times decoder at any of our deal shops countrywide. Star Times. Enjoy digital life.
As a mother, my formula is simple. Happy change, happy child. And that's the Gentle Care promise. Unstoppable play needs a diaper that stays in place. Gentle Care slip-ons are designed to move with your little explorer to make sure their dreams are as unstoppable as their days. Gentle Care diaper pants provides all-night protection. For your child's unstoppable confidence, these offer leak-proof comfort. They let your little superhero leap, laugh, and play as much as he wants. Introducing Gentle Care diaper pants.
Tired of missing out? Want to stay ahead of the curve? Get the facts, the full story, and the truth all in one place with the Standard Group's all-in-one app. Watch live TV, listen to podcasts, stream your favorite radio shows, and get breaking news alerts instantly. Plus, access premium content with the Standard Insider and never miss a beat with the Standard e-paper. Read the Standard and the Nairobian anytime, anywhere on your phone, tablets, or laptop. No delay, no clutter, just book bold, judged, and factual news on demand. And here's the deal. Get a full year's e-paper access for only 7,699 shillings. So why wait? Download the Standard app right now from Google Play or Apple App Store, or visit epaper.standardmedia.co.ke to subscribe. The Standard all-in-one app. Stay informed anywhere, anytime.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, very good morning. 25 minutes to 7 o'clock. And those who just coming into the room this morning, thank you for being here. 102.5 is the frequency in Kisumu, and that has been a problem for how long? I don't think so. Do let us know. Maybe you want to toggle with your radio just a little bit, but I think we're okay. That's Adu Onyango. Do let us know. Also saying a good morning to Ken Newton, who's tuned in this morning, and you're watching from Kirinyaga. You say, Uko, we are just hired narrating. Whatever that is, but okay. I can see what you're doing. Melbourne, knock to you too. Good morning and Karibu Sana. Akora Eve is also tuned in this morning, and you're tuned in from a place I've never heard of, Kajiweni. A good morning to you. Robert Kirubi wants us to talk about the economy, which we do almost every day, and that continues. So let's ramp that up just a little bit. So Karibu Sana. Now we're looking into the headlines.
Yes.
We're going to start off with the Bold newspaper. Kenya's Bold newspaper, The Standard, and the headline on The Standard today, which is interesting because it's mirroring, or rather the Nation is mirroring the Standard headline. Poisoned chalice. The office is only a heartbeat away from the house on the hill, yet it has become Kenya's most dangerous political seat. As power slowly slips from Deputy President Kithure Kindike's grasp and speculation over his future gathers pace, despite his repeated denials, the familiar script of isolation, humiliation, and possible political extinction appears to be unfolding once again. History is replete with such cases, from Jaramogi Oginga Odinga and Mwai Kibaki to George Saitoti, William Ruto, and Rigathi Gachagua. The country's second in command has repeatedly discovered the proximity to power offers no guarantee of security. The harsh reality Kindiki may yet confront is that denial has never slowed or stopped the political downfall of deputies who failed to read the signs. There's no smoke without fire.
Yep.
At some point, some match has been struck, and that these conversations are being had. People's names have been put up there. ODM has put names. Geoffrey Rocco himself has, insisted that it remain Kindiki. Others have said it should be Ali Hassan Joho. I mean, it has come up.
Yep.
And so, if now this conversation has reached fever pitch, perhaps the good Professor Abraham is playing tough guy. But if the past is anything to go by of what has happened with deputy presidents, like this list has shown, then you might want to consider it.
I mean, one would ask the question, what are we reading, especially where a key area that the deputy president was handling has been taken away from him. That is the IBEC, which then we know is the conversation between the national government and the counties with regard to funding. It is the deputy president who has been handling
It's the thing that the deputy president, at least the thing that the deputy president has always done, especially after devolution.
Yes.
So when you take that away, what are you saying?
What exactly are you saying?
And remember that this, though announced by Felix Koskei as the head of public, it is not happening in isolation.
Yes.
That the president is well aware of that. It wasn't Felix Koskei sitting in his office and saying, "Oh, let's move things around." No.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the handwriting of government's chief advisor, the Attorney General, and that can only happen because they are advising government on what needs to be done. Who is the leader of government? There you go.
Yeah. So,
by kazi ya deputy president wani
siku head IBEC.
Sisi IBEC imetolewa sasa, kazi yake ni
exactly. So when you see things like that happening, it's not necessary. Let me tell you, it's not necessarily it's not necessarily because they want Musalia Mudavadi to head IBEC. It is because they are trying to send a message. Call me wrong if it doesn't happen that way. But don't you think that Prime CS Cabinet Prime CS has enough to do? Mind you, he's also the MOFA CS.
Yeah.
So he's all over the place, seeing Pavlov today, sorting out. Okay. He doesn't have enough to do. So this is not necessarily that they want Musalia Mudavadi to do that job, but that they are removing this influence from Deputy President Kithure Kindiki. Because if you were to be asked, just like you said, what else does he do? As opposed to going empowerment program.
Can't see.
Now, the one thing that you can say for real, when IBEC meets and he chairs IBEC,
and opens the stumbling blocks when it comes to funding for the counties, which is key. So in short, without mincing words, is he's been fired from his role in IBEC.
Then people say, no, he wasn't fired and he's just moving things around. Let me tell you something. When you are doing something and then somebody says you stop doing it, that's firing.
That's firing.
Yeah. He fired you from the position. I'm very sorry. But
these
are the signs of things to come.
We want to quote it in a lot of legalese language and whatever. No. He's just been told to pack up and leave, do other things. Jipange nani.
It's just that the man is loyal.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's see. This is how it started, though they never took IBEC from Rigathi Gachagua. Broken Spirits is what's on page 2. It's a dog's life for Mathare Mental Hospital contract nurses. And you say, what? Yes. Nearly 100 nurses at the Mathare Hospital say years of rolling 3-month contracts have left them battling anxiety. Can you imagine that you have a 3-month contract, January, February, March, then they say, oh, okay, let's renew. April, May, June, then they say, okay, let's renew. July, August, September, they say, okay, let's renew. October, November, December, then we go for Christmas, then we come back, they say, okay,
we'll renew.
Let's renew. For years. You can't plan. You don't know if there's career progression. You are definitely not on PNP, permanent and pensionable, because it is a contract, and that you live by the grace of God every day. 100 of them. They say they have been denied job security. There you go. Maternity rights, absolutely. Unemployment benefits, of course. You're on a 3-month contract. Isn't there something in the law that prohibits this kind of thing? I mean, if you can only have interns for 6 months, why then should you have people on contract, rolling contract for years? Yeah. For years. Something's got to be done about this. Jeffrey Rocco.
A nurse who's out here to deal with people with anxiety disorders are now complaining that this situation is causing them anxiety.
So then what do you expect? And it's never, bad behavior is never justified.
Yeah.
It is you who decides to treat somebody badly. However, there are precursors to this thing. That if you put somebody in such a deplorable situation, and this is a frontline service officer in terms of what they offer in medical care.
Critical sector of the country.
Do you expect them to do? How do you expect them to behave? Somebody is handling mental patients and the person is also not stable.
It's not stable. And then remember, we're also speaking at a time when the country commissioned research, commissioned interviews, commissioned work to be done to establish where we are at when it comes to mental health. It is considered a national emergency. But look at what we're doing to those who are supposed to help us deal with it. One asked the question, that report again, what are we doing with implementing it? Because in that report also talked about numbers of professionals in that space. But those who are helping us are the ones that we're mistreating. Are we ever serious? Anyway, let's move.
There's a story on page 3 that has me laughing, but it's not the story on the top of the page is not the one. I'll tell you that one in a bit. But this one, court dashes Christian father's hope of burying his Muslim son. For a year, Samuel Charo stayed in the morgue as his father battled in a clash of religions that put his right to mental status to the test. In an intriguing but landmark case, Charo, who had converted from Christianity to Islam before he died, was immediately buried last year, then exhumed, then reburied under Islamic rites after the court found that his wishes ought to be honored. Charo, a relative of former Cabinet Secretary Aisha Jumwa, had converted in 2003. Jumwa was among those who claimed he had adopted a new religion, but his father, Stephen Kazungu, denied it, saying he was not in the right state of mind and therefore remained a Christian to the end. So can you imagine? His father said essentially he was unstable and that's why he converted. So he should be... Well, the court says, no, it's not going to happen. He remains buried as a Muslim.
Yep.
Interesting. Shisha ban goes up in smoke after court voids ministry order. So back to smoking shisha. They never stopped in the first place.
Yeah.
Everybody was still passing all over the place. Thousands of shisha traders have secured a major victory after the High Court lifted the shisha ban, declaring the continued enforcement of the prohibition unlawful and unconstitutional. Give us something else, but this one will not give you. Now, Muranga University and the Catholic University...
Commission of University Education.
The Commission of University Education have
sued
Kimilili MP. Let me just read that.
Yeah.
Muranga University and the CUE sued over Didmas academic papers. This is the one I was having a bit of a chuckle about. Kimilili MP Didmas Barasa's academic papers have sparked a court row, with Muranga University being accused of allegedly failing to scrutinize his past before issuing him with a PhD. I have a question. You just issue somebody with a PhD. No, me now who is reading like a mad woman. You just say have here. I can understand those ones where you confer honorary papers. The Consumer Federation of Kenya, COFEC, has sued the university and the Commission for University Education, arguing that the claim of Barasa being conferred a Doctor of Public Administration degree does not tally with his publicly known past. A letter of completion of studies dated 16th June 2026 states that the interested party has fulfilled the requirements for the award of Doctor of Public Administration and awaits formal conferment of the next graduation ceremony. The said letter is not on its face a formal Senate resolution conferring a degree and confirms that the academic process remains incomplete pending formal conferment. The lobby said it had written to the commission seeking answers on how the university admitted the MP for a postgraduate program and certification process of the course. However, the court heard that there was no answer forthcoming. In order for you to have done a PhD, there's certain courses there's certain courses that you must have completed over time. There's some people who can go from an undergrad degree to a PhD without having done a master's, but it is based on then either work that you've done or research that's done, and that's then taken into consideration. Now, these guys are saying, you are to Joanna, so to now Lisa, how did you give the thing?
I mean, if anyone is studying a PhD, you know what that means. When you see it just being dished out there.
It's very annoying.
It's very annoying.
Yeah. The impossible job. Why deputy president struggled to survive. Yes, it's a story, whether you want to admit it or not, but it's a thing. Just look at what has happened. William Ruto, who is now the president, also went through this thing where he was in the cold under Uhuru Kenyatta. Before him, who was Kibaki's deputy? Gosh.
That was... Kalonzo
Musyoka, but he was not really in the cold. Kibaki played nice.
Kibaki was nice.
Yeah, he was nice. Jaramogi. If you look beyond that, from what we understand, he was in the cold. The shortest
serving cabinet deputy president ever.
Yeah.
Talk about Musalia Mudavadi. He was in the cold. I mean,
he was. George Saitoti, same thing happened to him. And the most recent case, Rigathi Gachagua, same thing happened to him. So is this following a script, or are we just being, So, all that glitters in this case is gold, and that's the story on page 6. Is this the making of another mega gold scandal as CBK gets new powers? The signing of the Central Bank of Kenya Act into law by President William Ruto has raised pertinent questions on the idea behind the move, given the country's minimal domestic production of gold. The new law gives the Central Bank of Kenya explicit legal authority to buy, sell, import, export and hold gold and other precious metals in the sector. It, however, leaves open a series of commercial, regulatory and compliance questions that could determine who benefits from Kenya's biggest shift in gold policy. Suddenly, out of the blue, somebody needed to know who can buy, sell, hold, import, export, commercialize, regulate the gold, and it's been given to the central bank.
Let me tell you. My simple question is, do we know the kind of gold deposits we have in this country and how much it's worth?
Somebody knows, but the public does not.
Thank you. So with that in mind then, how do you pass this and include the public if information is not forthcoming? Because the people themselves ought to be the first beneficiaries of these things because they are the ones who protected them. So let's talk about the gold plant that is to be set up in Kakamega. You know, how much deposits does Kakamega have? You go to Migori, how much is there? And other regions in the country. Because every other place you would find there are artisanal gold miners here, there, you know, and they're doing that job. But has the government gone further to do its mapping to know how much gold we have, how much it's worth, so that we say, then CBK goes to secure these gold in our gold reserves in the country. But without that information, if someone is hiding that information, question is why? Bona. Why
because
all of a
somebody
sudden?
somewhere is benefiting
Thank
along
you.
the line.
Yeah.
How often do you come out and say, by the way, how much did we sell in gold this year as a country?
Yeah.
How often have you
How
asked that
often?
question? Nobody really does. Legislators put EADB operations under scrutiny, and that's the Africa Development Bank. The UK reinstates but took military drills in Laikipia. Questions are what exactly is going on with that? And it seems as though the CSs are not playing nice with each other.
Okay.
And, you know, Aiden Duale with his pompous, that's the word I'm going to use, pompous attitude. The likes of Alice Wahome don't like it.
Yeah.
And they say, Aiden, you can't do that.
You must apologize.
You must apologize. Aiden said, apologize to what? Axe falls on Sifuna Osotsi in key Senate committee shakeups. You guys, if petty was a picture, it's this. Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna and Vihiga Senator Godfrey Osotsi, who are senior members of the Linda Mwananchi team, have been moved from their powerful Senate committee positions in what signals the broad-based government seeking to reward loyal members. Osotsi has been moved from the Senate County Public Investments and Special Funds Committee, where he was serving as the chairperson for the last 4 years, and transferred to the Trade, Industrialization and Tourism Committee, where he will serve as member. Sifuna, who is a harsh critic of the Kenya Kwanza administration, has been moved as a member of the Senate County Public Accounts Committee and transferred to the Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries Committee just a few days after he's been removed as the Senate Deputy Minority Whip. Senate Minority Leader Stuart Madzayo has taken over Sifuna's position at the Public Accounts Committee, on what appears as a move to ensure that the Linda Mwananchi bigwig has little influence in Senate committees. Like I said, if petty was a picture, this is it. I'm going to stop there because my gastric acid.
You will remove them from committees, but out here, anyone can still speak, and they can as well appear as friends of those committees. Nothing stops them from appearing, I think. Under siege. And the gentleman is Professor Kithure Kindiki. I know we are now many in government because the likes of Oparanya have joined us, but we are not leaving. We will fight it out with them because this is our government. So those are the experts that were donated through the broad-based arrangement. Now, has he been cornered? Is the question. A fallout with President Ruto triggered Rigathi Gachagua's ouster, and as deputy president after 2 years, his successor Kithure Kindiki also finds himself in a precarious position nearly 2 years into the tenure, albeit for different reasons. While the loyalty of the man who once served as Ruto's lawyer is unquestionable, recent political developments, including ODM's demands, are raising the question: is his position as the president's running mate in next year's election secure? Would you say it's secure? Ama, this is a question where you say time will tell, although we know exactly what is happening. Victims of overseas studies camp protest outcome of graft case. Now, parents, guardians and students who lost money in an overseas scholarship program run by the Uasin Gishu County government during a demonstration in Eldoret City following last week's acquittal of former county officials, including Senator Jackson Mandago, who had been charged over the scandal. You see where the story is at? The program was being run by the Uasin Gishu County government. Who was the governor?
Mandago.
Yes. So should he answer?
Yes.
But the court said, go. Drink spiking. Woman arrested after more victims report losing money hours after arresting Alice Wamugo Mwangi for allegedly stupefying and robbing a Matatu lobby's official. Detectives linked her to 3 similar cases, including one that ended in the death of a quantity surveyor.
Yeah, that story was a bit worrying.
Yeah.
Why is she still walking?
Michele.
michele imewekwa. So guys, just be sure if you have to. But how then? Because you trust somebody.
Why do you trust somebody who is moving left? As in, you're sitting in they're sitting in a bar and then somebody starts moving off. I don't trust you. Go over there.
You know? So ukiona kamnyweso yako funika, ukiacha hapo uende kwa choo kirudi mwaga.
What?
Yeah.
I have not understood anything that you've just said.
So you have a bottle. You have a bottle. You've gone to the washroom. You come back. If that bottle was not covered, you pour whatever is in that bottle and order new.
Oh, right. Duh.
Yeah.
Who doesn't know that? Okay.
Students face high varsity loans in plan. Now, should Parliament approve President Ruto's proposal, the new funding model for higher education will mainly be student loans. Sources similar with planned law changes say government scholarship will be reduced, which means graduates will have higher loans to repay after completing studies. So that's exactly what's being said here. So in terms of scholarships for the smart students, that would go down in terms of the numbers that then would be receiving these scholarships. But at the end of the day, this is just a loan that you'll have to pay once you get out. My problem or my bone of contention is it's okay to fund students, right? But are we creating these opportunities that when these students get out of campus, they then get these opportunities so that they're able to pay? Because what you are seeing is everybody has graduated, but there are no job opportunities.
Yeah.
So they are unable to pay because they are unemployed. So we should think about this thing to the end, not just we are paying for them to access education. It should be after education, then what? NMG's Uganda outlets reopen after state shutdown for 1 month. So Nation Media Uganda is set to resume full operations a month after closure by authorities on June 28th. So yeah, media freedom in the region is something that is being discussed greatly. Now, see her at the rally. Maxine Wahome walks free. Safari rally driver Maxine Wahome was yesterday acquitted of the murder of fellow rally driver Asad Khan. The judgment paves the way for the 28-year-old to return to competitive rallying after nearly 4 years away from the sport. Now, High Court lifts Shisha ban, declares continued enforcement unlawful. So there is that. But waliacha kufuta kweli. Wamekuwa wakivuta sana hiki. It has been there, you know, like even with the enforcement of that ban, has it really taken place? Now, Death on Wheels, a political official motorcade leaves trail of death and injuries. Drivers and supporters of politicians are blatantly breaking traffic laws. That I agree. And I think it must stop. Because you find in these motorcades, individuals are just hanging on these vehicles to protect the person inside. Others are on top of moving vehicles. You know, and you're asking, at what point then does traffic laws get suspended? Because apparently you're having a campaign rally, you know? And one also asked the question, does that apply to the president as well when you see his security hanging precariously on vehicles?
No.
Or has the standard been set from up there?
Yeah.
Okay.
See, I'm just agreeing with you. Yeah.
Alarm as 15 elephants found dead in Amboseli Park within weeks. The Kenya Wildlife Service is investigating the mysterious deaths of 15 elephants in Amboseli National Park, triggering concern among conservationists and leaders who are demanding answers now. In a statement, KWS said the deaths were recorded between June 24th and July 24th. It is said 10 elephants exhibited similar clinical signs, including partial paralysis that left them unable to stand before dying within 1 or 2 days. Either something they ate or there's a disease doing rounds, you know.
Wow.
So Duale, Gachagua and a probe over hate speech, NCIC says. Ni leo tu, ni hao tu. It's just those, yeah? Protest in Eldoret after Mandago acquittal, that has been expounded on page 8. On page 9, students to shoulder higher varsity loans in Ruto plan, that has been expounded in page 10. And 17,151 learners to join private universities, according to the COOPS agency. Yes.
What?
Ni hayo tuko sasa.
That's a lot. IBC signals end to 27 live poll results. They're saying that, you know, they need orderly verification over a proposed ban. This is going to have a problem because there's something about people wanting to see the live results streaming in. Sami Waweru took Matatu to his swearing-in ceremony yesterday. I said, why is it a big... But now the question is, was he doing it for show? Or was he doing it because that is his normal mode of transportation? So, of course, that's what people are asking.
Nikona Kaswari to Kadogo.
Right.
During campaigns, he was moving in with his cars, no?
I don't know. Why take a matatu yesterday?
But, he has not been given yet the car loan.
Oh, bado.
Atapata alafu atanunua. No, Ari. Okay. Hey, the gentleman here look like
they're
golfers,
in green,
man.
Yo! Yeah. It's very interesting, I must say.
There's one who's wearing a tie you'd think is from KQ.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ruto host Huawei ICT Global winners. Congratulations to them. They did a fantastic job.
Fantastic job, yeah.
Yeah. Gachagua CS Duale face NCIC hate speech probe. Okay, let's see how this is going to be. I tell you again, it's another day for you to get a copy and look at the cartoon. It's very interesting.
Oh, it isn't here. Moto si moto.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about.
It's hot.
Our conversations continue. Good morning, folks. 7 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the news. I'm Sheila Tembor. 13 students injured after two school buses carrying 101 learners collided in the Riting area of West Pokot County are still receiving treatment. The Kenya Red Cross says the injured 6 boys and 7 girls were taken to hospital after the students' school trip ended in the crash. Rescue teams from West Pokot and Turkana counties responded to the scene. The accident comes as schools prepare to close for the August holidays, with the NTSA urging schools to use roadworthy and properly licensed vehicles. The control of budget has warned that the government's borrowing continues to exceed approved limits, posing a risk to the country's economic stability. Appearing before the National Assembly Committee on Public Petitions, Margaret Nyakango said Kenya's public debt has risen to 12.82 trillion shillings, with 60% being domestic debt and 40% external debt. She said 71% of government revenue is spent on debt repayment, leaving only 29% to fund government operations, forcing the state to borrow more.
We are now, according to our latest report, at 12.82 trillion in total borrowing. Out of that figure, about 60% is domestic and 40% is external. The impact is that up to 71% of the revenues that we collect goes to loan repayment. So when that happens, it leaves us with 29% to do the rest of the expenditure that we would like to do.
Nyakango also accused some county governments of diverting funds earmarked for paying contractors to other uses, resulting in delayed payments and a growing backlog of pending bills.
Now, where they let me down is that after releasing the funds on very stringent grounds, they now go and do different things with the money. Now, of course, I'm helpless when it comes to what they actually do, although we are doing something about it.
Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna says he's ready to run for president in the 2027 general election. He is nominated by the Linda Mwananchi movement. Sifuna said many young people have urged him to seek the presidency, particularly after he lost some leadership positions within ODM. He, however, maintained that any decision will be made through consultations with members of the movement and Kenyans. He added that the Linda Mwananchi movement plans to field candidates for various elective seats in the 2027 polls, alleging that the ODM leadership has sidelined him and other members of the movement.
And that's why you see me asking them, Monani Chocha, Diboto ya gazeti. Then they say no. So let's see, because we have a lot of work to do in order to have a viable candidature, in order to have a viable campaign. But I am not one to run away. You know that. There's no day a responsibility will be placed to me or a call will be made to me and then I run away. We have to answer the call of the country. We have to answer the call of our generation. And I believe that if the people feel that this is the best way for us to proceed, we will not say no. We will proceed with the people.
Sifuna also said he is willing to work with former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua despite having voted to impeach him. As said, their past political differences will not stand in the way of cooperation, adding that the opposition's priority is to unite and challenge President William Ruto in the next general election.
We will work with everyone who believes that William Ruto does not deserve an extra day in office. And for as long as that is our cause, we will work together. He already was impeached. I already voted to impeach him. And it was for specific crimes, which we have discussed here. But I'm telling you, he's the one now who's saying William Ruto is actually an existential threat to the country, and whatever it takes that he can do to help remove him. And by the way, there's a curious thing that he says, that he feels largely responsible for William Ruto becoming president, and that therefore he has a greater responsibility in removing him than anyone else.
And the National Police Service says 90 suspected gang members have been arrested and charged in court following a 2-week intelligence-led operations across the coast region. In a statement, the NPS said the crackdown targeted criminal gangs operating in identified hotspots, with efforts to arrest more suspects continuing. Police has also urged the public to share information to help improve security. And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tembor.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Parliament has got powers. Let me break it down. The National Assembly can initiate an impeachment of the president.
This same
and the
National
Senate,
Assembly.
Yes.
That's our constitution.
Because this is just a continuation of the previous administration, which Ruto was part of. President Uhuru himself openly said that we're losing 2 billion daily. Daily. I mean, come on. Are you saying that we don't have a central bank?
If we look at Kenya, both public-private sector, that figure is ranging between 30 to 40%, right?
I think it's clear that the government of Kenya is living beyond its means.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Must do.
Like now, he abandoned, of course, the narrative of Wheelbarrow, Mutomjengo, Mamamboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion to service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit, it's itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning. If you're just tuning in, it's 7 minutes after 7 o'clock, and this is the Situation Room this Wednesday, the 29th of July. And we continue our conversations this morning, necessary for us to then be able to do when we are looking at the things that are going on around us. We're getting into another conversation this morning, and just in case you just tuned in, our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X, and our audience on KTN this morning, and everybody who tunes around terrestrial radio around the region, getting into the country, the region, and the world. Thank you for being here this morning. As we get into conversations swirling around what will happen moving into the future as concerns running mates and regions, Caswell Makore is here with us this morning. He's an ODM youth leader and joins us in the hot seat of the Situation Room. Caswell, good morning.
Good morning, Nduh.
How are you?
Thank you. Good.
Yeah?
Yes, happy to be here this morning.
Karibu Sana, thank you for being here.
I appreciate it.
A lot to look through, so, let's talk.
Yes,
okay?
Certainly, yeah.
Before we do that, Dennis is going to share today's proverb and where it's from. We'd love your interpretation.
We are in Malawi today. Malawi, with the Lake Malawi in there, and that lake covers 20% of the total landmass in the country. Now, the beautiful thing about it is, as a lake, you'd think about Lake Victoria and how it looks. You only think about fishing, but they've changed the game. They enjoy white sandy beaches because they've taken care of their lakes. And in that lake as well, some of the most amazing sunsets you can have in this continent, only in Malawi. Wow. But let's go to the proverb. The mosquito told the elephant, "Your size is impressive, but your skin is still my dinner table."
I think that's really interesting, and I'm saying this because I'm looking at it in a biased view, and this is in politically because I'm a political animal right now. Please allow me to take a jab.
Okay,
but it could translate into what leaders say that you have a big movement, you have a massive mammoth of people, and you enjoy popularity, but the structures that are required to shield you from whatever the system brings or organization is still owned by the elite few. So as massive as the elephant might be, the mosquito just, it's that thing it uses to sting you, and the skin cells of the elephant, regardless of its size, the elephant still has a thin skin. So you could be massive, but you'll still suffer from such a small creature. The cliche, the political cliche is and this, I know I'm reaching, but an organized minority will always beat a disorganized majority. I'm reaching, but
interpretation is always right.
I said I'm biased.
If that's the way to get into it, okay, fine. Let's go. All right. So the as someone who previously and maybe still has often talked about the fact that ODM is a force to be reckoned with and remains a force to be reckoned with the conversations that are being had now, it's clear that ODM has made its stance that they must be on the table when it comes to power. And in the position of the deputy president or the running mate to William Ruto, for which ODM has already said, by virtue of it being in the broad-based arrangement, that William Ruto will come back for a second term, and that should this continue, the running mate must be an ODM member. Is that still the position?
I think because I've heard party officials speak about it, it probably is not emanating from street talk. So probably that's what the party anticipates, that we in an election, in a pre-election pact, that our expectation would be we produce a deputy presidential candidate. However, I still am curious to understand how we will work this out, because the Orange Democratic Movement did not have a pre-election agreement prior to 2022, and therefore UDA had structures which it used to win the election that they employed, and they managed to secure a victory for themselves. However, after 2024, after the formation of the broad-based government, which was occasioned by the youth of the country, now in this, we're seeking to form a pre-election coalition. And I think it's fair, because the negotiations have just begun. It's fair that everybody lays their expectations. And we're saying this full well knowing that, and you've had the party say that if we do not agree, we are willing to go the election alone. But of course, that tune has changed over time. So the expectation, the anticipation of having a deputy presidential candidate I don't think is far-fetched or misplaced. It's the subject of a negotiation, which we can only wait to see how it will unfold.
I mean, behind that conversation as well has been fact that ODM looks at itself as having stabilized the ship that is the President Ruto's government through the broad-based arrangement. But that notwithstanding, the other conversation is we have numbers to then demand that we be given this position, because if you look at how things have been moving, perhaps especially in Mount Kenya region, that many are saying, political pundits are saying, that one is gone because seemingly the support is elsewhere. Now, ODM is coming forth and saying, you know what, we have the numbers, we deserve this, because if not, then who? Would that be among the reasons why then the party leadership is telling President William Ruto, we have the numbers to prove that this position is rightfully ours?
No, certainly. I think it's the political culture to make the tribal arithmetic. And I wager that 2027 will be no different. That, yes, there might be change agents that will show up in separate factions and movements, but the underlying, the soft underbelly will be the tribal arithmetic, at least for this election, because post 2027 is when I think the change of guard nationally is going to occur. So, in my honest opinion, I think it is backward to make that calculation. However, if we are to look at elections from the tribal prism, presidencies have been won without Mount Kenya, for example. Moi won his 92 election without, and 97 generally, without the support of Mount Kenya. Raila Odinga won 2007. It was a highly contested election, but without this enjoying the support of Mount Kenya. So the people who are analyzing elections from the tribal prism are waging into the president, saying that it is possible for you to still win your seat without a certain support from certain regions. But there's something I have to hand to the president, is that he has persisted to be the president of. He presents himself as a president of everybody. So he has not ceased to, for example, as previous presidents have done, where if I have a disagreement with a certain region, for example, Jomo Kenyatta, after his spat in Kisumu, after the launch of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Hospital, which was known as Russia then, there was an incident. There was political differences between him and Jaramogi at the time, which led to the shooting of a couple of people. Yeah. He never went back to that region. And you saw, for example, Uhuru, prior to the handshake, he never stepped to that region. But President Ruto has presented himself even under very heavy criticism, even under public criticism and social unacceptability of sorts, he still has tried to court all regions. So while some of his advisors are telling him, go at it without Mount Kenya, he persists. He goes for a campaign there. He still says that I am with you, which I think is good. I think that's the one thing I'm really anticipating, that he should not cower or bow to a tribal negotiation. So anybody who fronts himself as a person who promises the votes just in terms of a tribal bloc, I think the president should just treat disdainfully. So, because this is the problem that Kenya continues to face, and if we go into that, if we descend into that isolation of Mount Kenya, I think we are going into a deep, dark place. So while I might have my own reservations, for example, Kikuyu hegemony, I don't think that any person who's fit for the presidency should try to isolate a region. If there are candidates who think that they want to go at it alone, if there are leaders who think that, we have enough votes, I think it's a democratic country, but I like the approach that the president has taken, where he's on a charm offensive. He's out to court all the regions of the country.
Is it because of the numbers, or is it because he does feel that he would be a unifier as a president?
I think it's both. It's rarely that transparent in politics. It's not a game of sainthood. If public good comes as collateral, public good often in the political sphere happens as collateral of certain actions. So it could be out of self-preservation politically, but the collective good is that we then get to avoid the morass that was 2007, for example. But even if you think about it mathematically, the reason why it's being peddled is because it's a possibility. If you consolidate, for example, what was Raila Odinga's base, and you lose half of what you had, for example, in the previous election, you're still able to sail home and dry. And the people who are in the leadership, the echelons of leadership in ODM, are saying that we still control a significant portion of what, and the machinery, the mobilization and organizational machinery that Raila used in the previous election. And they're more than happy to deliver that to the president.
Even that's being said, it's clear that there are certain regions that, not for anything else, hold sway just by the nature of the fact that they are populous, right? With what we've seen just this past weekend with the Mulembe Nation, it's forever been a Mount Kenya story because it's extremely populous. Does UDA, together with ODM, still hold the charm of the mountain, especially with what we've seen over the last couple of weeks?
In all honesty, ODM particularly has nothing to lose in the mountain, because we have not enjoyed great support from the mountain previously.
Even with the broad-based agreement.
I mean, that's why I'm saying ODM, particularly as a faction. And this is some of the realities we'll have to confront as a nation. But typically, the vote has consistently been against Raila Odinga in the mountain, and that's why, for example, you will hear ODM. Certain leaders within the ODM faction say that no, we can go at it alone, because consistently we have tried to court the mountain. Our departed leaders severally tried to climb the mountain with little success. But the UDA faction greatly enjoyed such tremendous support from the mountain in 2022. So while some of it might have been lost, because it's not lost entirely, ODM now comes with its base and says that we have not lost anything, and therefore most of our bases are intact. On Mulembe Nation and what happened over the weekend, I think, I mean, if you mobilize a crowd, you're going to get a crowd. But ODM, again, we have very little parliamentary presence in Bungoma, in Trans Nzoia, even in Kandui.
Are you saying if you had members of parliament from those areas, then you would have more support?
No. We would be worried. I would be worried if ODM, for example, had a member of parliament where our former Secretary General came from, even an MCA or Trans Nzoia, that general area. Yeah. But the truth is we have no seats there. So you cannot say that ODM has lost support in a place where it did not have support in the first place. So that's why I'm unfazed. And if anything is to go by, the next day Didmus shows up and just gets a similar populous crowd, and he's running the show one man. So it's very easy to conflate these issues, but we generally do not enjoy parliamentary presence in that area.
But that notwithstanding, ODM has positioned itself within the 20 years as a party that would go across the country because it was a national party, and you look at its presence. There's a reason why Raila Odinga fashioned himself as a descendant of the Wanga Kingdom. He has bases deep inside the Western region, and with that, then ODM would come as a package, as a party that is fine. The strong base is in Luo Nyanza, but then again, the Mashemeji as well would come as a backup, and that would form the numbers that ODM would present before anyone in terms of negotiation. Add that together with Coast Region. But now, as we speak, then with the moves that we're seeing, one would say perhaps the Mulembe Nation, including the bases, talk about Kakamega, Vihiga, that ODM has enjoyed over time, would be slipping away. And that then makes it difficult for ODM to go to the negotiating table with the original backing of the Western region as a bloc as had been. Is that a worry for ODM in terms of when they're asked, but what numbers do you come with for us to give you this position? And should the party then start thinking on how to get back perhaps the region?
Most definitely. I think it would be foolhardy to exist as a political party without trying to maintain your bases and try and gain ground where you have not in the past penetrated. But specifically with regards to Mulembe Nation, in Bungoma, for example, we do not have a governor, we do not have a senator, we have no MP, we have no MCA, not even the women rep. In Trans Nzoia, we do not have the governor, we do not have a senator, we do not have the women rep. We only have one member of parliament, who is Caleb Amisi, and we have 2 members of county assemblies. That's the entirety of Trans Nzoia. In Kakamega now we have a governor, we do not have a senator, but we have the women rep as well, and we have 9 out of 12 members of parliament, and we have 27 elected MCAs and 15 nominated MCAs. So the reason why, for example, you would hear people speak about Oparanya is because in Kakamega, for example, we enjoy some good support. In Busia, for example, we enjoy a decent amount of support. So I do not think that we should let Mashemeji slip away. However, it is it is also important that we focus on consolidating the ones that we have first. And I think that's what I've seen the party focus on. But most of the time, people tend to just lump it and say, oh, ODM has lost Bungoma, we do not have these quarters. Our numbers do not include those parts. So anybody, when we're coming to the negotiation table, we will not come and say we have Bungoma and someone will counter and say that we currently do not have Bungoma. We have not enjoyed that kind of support. We still have our bases in the coast. We still enjoy a great deal of support in Nairobi. We still enjoy a great support in Kisii area. Of course, there have been certain political changes in the past 6 months where certain leaders have emerged. For example, Matiang'i has emerged from Gusii Nation. But in all our bases, only Matiang'i has emerged. But if you look at him objectively, he's not carried a wave as, for example, you would say Simba Arati in our regions carries. Like that sway, we're still not. It's something to be cautious about, but it's not something that would say that has greatly upset the kind of arithmetic we have from our bases.
And even with that, we can't run away from the camaraderie that there was between the Western Bloc and ODM under Raila Odinga. It was forever not just imagined, but was the reality that Raila Odinga ODM could count on Western. So without members of parliament, ODM, that there was the unassumed, unspoken agreement that the Western Bloc would always go with ODM. So can we now say that because it seems as though that support is swaying in a different direction, you can then now say, well, we don't have members of parliament, we don't have elected officials there, so it really doesn't matter. But Raila Odinga forever, under ODM, knew that support from the Western Bloc was something that he could count on.
Right, Nduh. I think that is it's a good question. However, we have not lost anything, and I'm not trying to say that we have lost support from Malemba Nation. Specifically, the reason I keep on going back to these regions, for example, in 2022, the total population from the census, if you combine Bungoma and Trans Nzoia counties, the clusters in Bungoma and Trans Nzoia, the total population per the census in 2019 was 2.6 million. The number of registered voters was 1.045. William Ruto beat us in Bungoma and Trans Nzoia, getting 372,487 votes, while Raila got 277,000. So therefore, it is not a base that, for example, you would say that we got 100% of, and now suddenly we no longer enjoy that. Trans Nzoia and Bungoma regions actually favored the President Ruto over us. And therefore, one, that means that he enjoys support there, and we still have our bases that we had there. It could be the minority, but we still sort of enjoy that. However, be it as it may, if we have the wild assumption that we've lost that entire base, it does not translate into the fact that, for example, William Ruto has lost that entire base. So it's an area that, for example, as ODM, that's why I keep on saying that we didn't have the majority there. I'd be very concerned, for example, if we saw the wave had shifted in Kakamega, if we saw the wave had shifted in Busia. However, this is work that we're consistently doing. Even over the weekend, ODM was in Malava. We had a big rally there. So it's something that we just have to keep up with the dynamic nature of politics and keep ensuring that we gain ground where we've lost and consolidate the bases that we currently enjoy.
There ought to be concern then with regard to what it is we see, especially with the Linda Bonanchi movement that we see at the moment, and having a son from the region, from the soil, right, now being pushed to run for the highest office, then one would say that tends to rejig a people, whether it is from the basis that ODM has enjoyed before. You can't dismiss the fact that the son of the soil is being pushed by the region as a possible frontrunner in a presidential race. And with that in mind then, where ODM sits, just how better a strategy is there to ensure that it does not slip away? Because we'd say, fine, based off 2022, we enjoyed these bases, but it's 2026 and a lot has changed during that period, including a son of the soil who many then would say we resonate with him more because he is our son. How big of a concern then does that raise within the ODM circles?
I would think that the emergence of leaders is something that is actually very good. And I do not think that it should concern anybody that you've done such a stellar job that you're able to raise leaders who can come to the national fore. But in Sifuna's case, for example, he finds himself in the place where, in a path which I have the privilege of saying that even I have trodden. And we can't bank on the fact that, for example, you're able to draw crowds, because while politics might be about your visibility, now it's calculation. Elections are won by hard facts. You say that, for example, that a son of the soil has emerged and Sifuna has gone there, but we didn't see the MPs. We didn't see the members of parliament, because typically the elected members of parliament are the ones who they're the voice of the people. So if an MP takes this particular direction, typically it shows that this is what the people want. So if it gets to the point where you cannot even rally and marshal leaders from your region, where you have to, get people from the outside, and people make the argument that, because he left with the entirety of ODM. The members of parliament that have joined him from ODM are countable. I could count them. They're less than 10. You have Mheshimiwa Babu, Mheshimiwa Kibagendi, Mheshimiwa Onyonka. Who else? Quite literally, you would expect, even Satan, he fell with a third of the angels. And I'm sorry to use this analogy. Wow. For him to be the thing that he is, for him to be the force that we reckon with, he had to fall with a third of the angels in heaven. And the accusations that, the accusations that are leveled against the party, are very consistent with the accusations that were leveled against God. But at the very least, you should be able to at least wipe a third of the angels. However, we have seen that you could pull a crowd in Kitengela. Anybody could pull a crowd in Kitengela. Anybody could pull a crowd in Thika. And anybody could pull... If you're just thinking about crowds, it's very easy. And the reason why we would be very confident in our numbers as ODM is, while people... First of all political crowds are mobilized using money.
ODM does that?
Yes.
Okay. ODM pays people to come to...
the rallies?
To the rallies?
I might be evasive in my answer because of you've asked your question in like a very direct way.
As I should.
Yes, as you should. And I think very professional of you. However, all political gatherings are mobilized using money. A word to the wise. All of them. There are no organic crowds in politics. And I say this, there's no leader, regardless of who they are, who has not had some sort of incentivization for his people. All political leaders, politics runs on incentive. So for us, we know that these are the number of capes we had, these are the number of t-shirts we had. We can account for these numbers because we have a strong grassroots network. We are not relying, for example, as the Orange Democratic Movement, on a sporadic appearance. We know that if we have 100,000 people, if we have 13,000 people in a stadium, for example, we can account for them to the last man.
So what does it do then for your political psyche if you know that the people who have come for a rally have only come because they have been incentivized to do so?
I mean, incentive is of various, there's a wide array of incentives. It could be money, it could be whatever, but then it also could be the incentive, the ideology. Because then after these people come, you get to sell your agenda. So kind of like
you draw them in order to then be able to sell the agenda.
It's just the art of seduction.
So, right. So then what happens in a case like we saw not too long ago when you incentivize these people to maybe vote for you and then they do not?
If you're speaking about Olkalao, I have a divergent view on UDA. I tend to think that Olkalao was not UDA's to lose because it wasn't theirs in the first place.
So why go in there with the way in which they did?
Because, and this is the argument that I was making earlier, the president has not shied from engaging in political contests because he's a political animal and he is unafraid of, he he is not limited to certain regions. He will not sit out an election just because it's not in a region where he enjoys support. You will remember that the departed leader of Al Kalau was actually a Jubilee elected member of parliament. The United Opposition purported that they had agreements, for example in Bere, where they said if a party held a seat or enjoyed support, we will rally behind that particular candidate. And you saw that the Jubilee, for example, withdrew the candidature from Mbere and left it for DP. In Al Kalau, they were shortchanged. You would expect that if they truly were a united opposition, they would have thrown their weight behind the Jubilee candidate so that they all have equal strengths. But UDA went in there knowing that, this was not our seat. This is not a seat we would win. Because
do you know what it sounds like? It sounds to me like an athlete is training for the Olympics, and they know that their strength is in the 200 meters, but they spent their time jumping over a pole vault to say, well, I have nothing to lose in the 200-meter race, but let me just go jump the pole vault. Why would you do that?
But Nduh, I think that one's just a bit off in the analogy, because I would say that people do not stop training for the 100 meters just because they know Usain Bolt is going to be on the track. They know that Bolt is the better athlete by all means. They know that this guy is probably going to win. He's the fastest man on earth. But I still show up for this 100-meter race. But they could be from like a different country that does not engage in sprints.
And the same athlete himself in the heats would not give everything in the heats. The same athlete who would come out and win the final, because he knows that it's at the end that you give the final push. But it seems as though all of these resources were plunged. We're doing the same thing here. We're coming from the place where you talk about money being pushed into rallies. We're going to ask the question that where does this money come from in the first place? We'll do that in a bit. But you're putting all of these resources into something which you say I'm not really interested in. But let me put in public resources. Let me get people to go camp out there. Let me send people to go sit there and talk about how the government, who didn't pay attention to this place for the last I don't know how many years, but let's just go spend 2 weeks camping out here for something that I'm not really interested in gaining. It doesn't make sense.
No, fair.
And it's an indictment then on how you would spend resources to stick it to somebody else. Why would you do that?
No, certainly, I think you make a fair point, but I would piggyback off of a point that you've made, that nobody would expend all their energies if they knew. And I would ask a question: who tells you that was all their energy?
Well, it's just some of it.
I mean, it's just because it's impressive and it seems like it's sheerly intensive. It does not mean that that's all. Which that's neither here nor there, and that's not for me to answer. However, UDA also fielded a candidate in Al Kalau in 2022, and they were beaten in 2022, to be fair. So probably they're just, I don't know. And the person actually who won the election was the UDA candidate in 2022. Yeah, so it's just that dynamic nature of politics. However, I still maintain that it was not theirs to lose.
I mean, at the end of the day, I know we're going for a break.
Yes.
We'll take a break, then we'll come back.
Let's take a break because Aseto has a question. Castle Mokore is with us this morning, and we're looking into the running mate question, but it's not just the running mate question, because that it has a lot to do then with party politics. And of course, the question comes in is that has ODM actually lost its potency around the country? We'll have a look into that when we come back from this quick break. Stay with us.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
All right, a busy Wednesday morning, and there is traffic in the city today. It's coming off of Jogo Road, heading out towards Landis, and then it'll get onto Haile Selassie with some traffic there. It's also busy coming off of Langata Road as you get out towards the Rilo Dingaway Junction, and then beyond that onto Huru Highway. So that looks like a thing, at least for now. And on the Thika Superhighway, it's coming in heavy all the way from beyond the Outer Ring Junction. It's heading out into the city. Some of that traffic is then finding its way onto Wangari Maathai Way and then into the city this morning. So there's all very, very busy, and we're in traffic hour proper, at least for now. Let's keep an eye on all of these things and keep it moving while we can. We'll talk SpiceFM KE on X, #The Situation Room.
Hii Julai, toa baridi na bei chini, burudani juu kwenye Star Times. Usikose sura ya pili, simulizi ya ziada. Mwanamke aliyetelekezwa na mumewe Sam na kujikuta akikabiliwa na maamuzi magumu. Je, atabaki na kupigania ndoa yake au ataondoka na kuanza ukurasa mpya wa maisha? Jiunge na waigizaji Anita Wawuda, Gibson Hausa, Michael Saruni, Ivy Wanjiku na Jovial kila Jumatatu hadi Ijumaa saa 2 kamili kwenye Rainbow TV. Pata aerial decoder kwa shilingi 1399 tu na dish decoder kwa shilingi 2499 pekee. Jiunge leo katika maduka yetu kote nchini Kenya. Bonyeza *858# kurenew subscription yako na kuenjoy offer ya kupata upgrade to the next high bouquet valid till 31st July. Star Times. Enjoy digital life.
As a mother, my formula is simple. Happy change, happy child, and that's the gentle care promise. Unstoppable play needs a diaper that stays in place. Gentle Care slip-ons are designed to move with your little explorer to make sure their dreams are as unstoppable as their days. Gentle Care diaper pants provides all-night protection. For your child's unstoppable confidence, these offer leak-proof comfort. They let your little superhero leap, laugh, and play as much as he wants. Introducing Gentle Care diaper pants.
Looking for convenience, variety, and speed all in one place? Welcome to Digger Shop, the official e-commerce platform by Standard Group PLC. From the latest electronics and fashion must-haves to home essentials and unique Kenyan crafts, we've got it all. And guess what? Enjoy countrywide delivery within 48 hours straight to your doorstep. Shop smart, shop secure, and shop with confidence. Visit shop.digger.co.ke. That is shop.digger.co.ke. Digger Shop. Dig it, shop it, love it.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
19 minutes to 8 o'clock, and we continue our conversation this morning with Casmo. Coming into you, Aseto.
Yeah, Casmo, when you look at the way things are at the moment, especially what is happening in Western Kenya, can ODM today stand and say that it controls the region? That whatever movement is happening in the region is of no concern?
Right. I think, first of all, it would be foolhardy for a party to just sit and say that it controls a particular region. The game of politics is dynamic. It's a living document. Because I'll give you some perspective. ODM is greatly perceived to enjoy unanimous support from the Luo Nation, for example. However, even in Siaya County, we didn't win all the parliamentary seats. So, for example, the MP, David, he's from a totally different party. And Siaya is Raila Odinga's county.
Yes.
You understand. Therefore, while there are, you could say, and I know specifically when we speak about this, it's about our former Secretary General, Sifuna. There is no cause for alarm if he decides, for example, that he's going to vie for presidency. If you're thinking about the arithmetic of the strongholds as we know them, because electoral bases can be perceived through the counties or through the tribal lens. In the Bukusu, for example, which now you would say Kalonzo Inukambani comes with about 1.5, Matiang'i from Gusii Nation comes with about 900,000. The Bukusu Nation comes with about 554,000. So even if he went at it alone, then if you think, for example, in the conversation that we are having, and Luo Nation is saying that we want, for example, Governor Gladys Wanga to be fronted for the DP, we know that we can marshal 1.7 to 2 million votes.
You don't need to decide now. I mean, is it a paranya?
No. That's what I'm saying.
It's just an example.
So, because personally, I belong to the faction that would say that we want Governor Wanga to be fronted for deputy presidency. We have not gotten to the point where that is a discussion that's happening in the party. You'll realize that the people from the coast, for example, said that they want Joho. And that's what I think, that's the dynamic nation, the living document aspect of politics, is that with all these, knowing our strengths and knowing our weaknesses, we come to the negotiation table. And I'll remind you of, for example, the 2002 election. Kibaki was not particularly the smartest candidate. He comes out of a tenure of being a member of parliament for 50 years. But when they went, we had Charity Ngilu from the SDP, like a very transformative thinker. If you heard Charity Ngilu's manifesto, you'd be like, this is the person we could. On the other hand, we had Kijana Wamalwa. On the other hand, but then now in the public, we know that we have all these presidential aspirants. Then we go to the closed door and we ask, okay, fine, we have all these good agendas. What are we bringing to the table? Kijana Wamalwa was sinking in debt. Charity Ngilu said, okay, I could raise about 300 mic from my husband and the friends. And Kibaki said, I have about 30,000, I could raise about $1 billion, and I could bring a few more billions. That's how he ends up becoming the presidential candidate. Not because he outclassed or he ideated his competitors. I think it's looking at Sifuna now, for example. I wouldn't be worried about his candidacy. I would say, for example, that he could be a paper tiger because. And I'm not saying this just to demean the person. He is a stellar orator and he's a great politician. But just as a presidential candidate, in 2024 July, Uhuru Park was full of young people who endorsed Okoh Mtata for presidency. It was a big rally. That was big. A few months later, then it was Maraga. Then a few months later, now it's Sifuna, for example. But then there was Babu as well before Sifuna. And if we're just going by a wave which we cannot quantify, I think it's a passing cloud. Heck, I even at some point was fronted
as a presidential
every time people look at me, they tell me, oh, you messed us up. You would have been the president of this country. And I say, oh yeah, would have.
But is ODM concerned then about its performance? And why am I talking about its performance? And its performance would come from the fact that you look at even why the Secretary General broke ranks with the party, and the broad-based government is based off the 10-point agenda, the agreement that ought to have been delivered within a certain time. And he has always had a problem with the implementation of that report as well, and that is why he walked out. Now, as we go to 2027, does ODM carry the baggage of the UDA government? Because I'm not calling it the broad-based government. Does ODM carry the baggage of UDA government? And what then does that do not only to Wananchi in your bases, but Wananchi across the country, including Mount Kenya that gave Raila Odinga a million votes?
So most definitely, Aseto, ODM will carry baggage of the UDA government in 2027. We cannot run away from that. That if the people will be campaigning against the government, they will lump us together. But I do not think that it is necessarily a bad thing to be lumped together, because in our support bases, we've seen radical changes in road, air networks. We've seen radical changes in food security, especially in Homa Bay. So a lot of the transformation of the rice plantations and reclamations.
Things you talk about are things that ought to be given to any Kenyan, not because apparently you joined the government, right?
Certainly. However, these things have not been given to these regions. And that's why I'm saying that it is not going to be a bad thing. Because post-independence, we've not had a president who's invested that greatly in the penetration of road networks or development. Despite the fact that we've had governments, nobody has invested in the north as this president has. So, and that's why it would be like, if you would beat us in this, in a particular area, we would just look at, the people are content with the track record. Because remember, ODM has consistently been a party of the opposition. You would expect that all its members, all our members would be uncomfortable that we joined government. But we have almost all our bases agreeing that, yeah, we ought to give the president a second term. And if, for example, we're going to a presidential election, I was listening to Mheshimiwa Sifuna yesterday. You have the popularity, but I've not seen the solid ideas of governance, for example. If you ask about an economic agenda, and he says that he will ask the experts, at the very least, we should be able to see this is what, because, for example, President Ruto, he had the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. We knew that Baba was more of a welfareist. What, for example, economic policy are we seeing? He seems to be more focused on, for example, human rights, which is a great thing. But that's also what we are focused on, because we have been very heavy on the compensation. And I've been saying this, that especially the Luo faction of ODM, it knows what to do. It seems as though the perception I'm seeing is the only valuable Luo body is a dead one, in the sense that we become heroes after our death. That's why everybody wants to invoke Tom Mboya, for example. But when he was alive, Okoh and Baba most recently, because he was a statesman, and we keep on saying that he did a great thing, a bad, horrible thing to leave us. But when he asked us for the vote, we couldn't give it to him. And even in the reason I'm extrapolating this is, people like William Ruto, they invoke their heroes. He wants to be called Koitalel Arab Samoei, so he stops calling himself Kipchirchir, he calls himself Samoei, invoking his ancestors. Gachagua, consistently talking about Mau Mau. You would expect someone like Sifuna saying that I am awakening the spirit of Kijana wa Malwa. I'm okay, but everybody now wants to.
Why though?
I just think the cultural totems, we must, at the very least, not have to suffer the erasure of thinking that. I can't say that I'm Malcolm X, or I can't say that I'm Winston Churchill.
You can say that you're Casmo. Edwin Sifuna can say, I am Edwin Sifuna,
yes,
as he has said.
But none of the things that we feel are being forced, and this is why I'm having it in an ODM context, is they're saying that this is the invocation of Baba's spirit. But I keep on saying that Baba walked with very many generals who have stayed in one camp. It is unfair that, say, because somebody is speaking a different tune, that then is the spirit of Baba. However, if you're to think about it, these are people who, if they were very convicted in their ways, they would have done the honorable thing, which I've said repeatedly, which is resign from the party and seek a fresh mandate. They have the popularity. We have the time and the resources and the systems in place. Baba did this under very, very difficult circumstances where he had faced arrest, but he still resigned when he said, I disagree with Ford, I disagree with Kanu, I am resigning and going to seek a fresh mandate. None of these politicians are willing to do that. And that's why I keep on saying that they are paper tigers, because if you truly are, if you truly believe in that and you're convicted in your ways, you should have done things procedurally.
So what happens? I mean, because what you can do is that you can speculate. Yeah. What happens in the event that this is not just, burning paper in the wind?
And the eventuality is? And
the popularity is not just at face value, but that it is true, and that Kenyans are looking for something different.
And if this, for example, will this deliver better governance and better service delivery to the people?
No, what happens to the position that ODM, for example, takes right now, where it's seen that, perhaps this popularity has waned and on this side, but that it has grown on the other?
I'm not here to contest Sifuna's popularity. I actually say that he is actually quite popular, but it does not faze us. Popularity doesn't phase us.
So what you're saying is that it doesn't phase ODM.
It doesn't phase us, because we've seen popular candidates before. We've seen Peter Kenneth, who made social media ungovernable in his time. He got 79,000 votes at the presidential level. It's popularity hasn't. I don't think it's a thing that would phase us. Or the ODM is committed to a meticulous, and it's drudging, very mechanical but very, very meticulous sense of structure to the grassroots level. So these meetings that a lot of people are taking for granted, you see that the party leader, for example, yesterday met leaders from Baringo, they met leaders from that grassroots network is watered and kept alive every single day. So for us, it's not about who's popular and who's not, it's just about consolidating the gains that we've amassed and trying to see if we can gain new ground.
Very many candidates have rather many names have been propped up for those who then want to become the deputy president, who want to be William Ruto's running mate. And with that, then we just have to go back to 2022, how that happened under UDA. There were interviews, and then President Ruto settled for Rigathi Gachagua. Now, with the Oparanya being mentioned, we have Ajoho being mentioned, and many other, including Governor Wanga. And there are as well Kithure Kindiki. What process then is ODM willing to be subjected to? Because then ODM is not coming in, it is coming in as a party. It is not coming in as UDA, because remember, that is a process that took place within UDA itself. In this case, how is ODM willing to go around it with others, including those within UDA? Will they also go through interviews, or they will come with a candidate? This is the person who settled down for.
I mean, it's the reason why we might walk around with a bit of braggadocio is because we know we in comparison to our partners, and not to look down on anybody, in relation to our partners, we have a force majeure in terms of numbers, and the whole purpose of the upcoming negotiations is that now we will say that, yeah, however, you might want to settle on this, but this would be the ramifications. When it just comes to real politics, we'll sit down and we'll say, this is what we bring. Then everybody will say, this is what I bring, this is what you bring, this is what you bring as a candidate. And then we will see the way forward. Mm-hmm. I don't think that this is something that we will disagree on. However, the reason why we have this much confidence is that we enjoy quite a bit of support, and in comparison to other parties, even within the opposition, they have not become as large as we are. They've not built the structures as we are, and that's why we're comfortable to make these demands. So we are saying, yeah, we're giving you the presidency, but we want the deputy presidency. Yeah. So it may be down the road, Kindiki might join ODM. We don't know. I mean, it's politics.
You did mention that then ODM has recognized the possibility of having to go the thing alone. What does that mean? Is it a breakup, or is it the breakup completely, or the breakup where you still see your ex on Saturday? What are we talking about
I
here?
don't think it's a breakup. It's just, I would say it's just liberty. It's you posting something on your status. The relationship is still very stable, but every once in a while I'll post a dark joke, and my girlfriend will be like, hey babe, what's that about? But if the reason I was bringing that up is, in the past, that's what we had said. But right now I think it's fully settled that we are in a committed partnership with President Ruto, and we will work with him to the very end in 2027. And it's not because we're saving a sinking ship or whatever. There are tangible results. There are some reforms and radical improvements that we've seen come from this administration. It suffers its faults greatly. There are areas which could be done better, and I've seen improvements, especially in things to do with human rights. However, it's constant improvement. If you think about the reason why I was talking about an agenda, is if you take something like housing, we've been joking with my friends that the Linda Kuku movement is against the building of affordable housing, but the only reservation I would see people have towards affordable housing, if it's in comparison to Singapore, for example, is that in Singapore it gave ownership to a lot of people,
right,
and it didn't affect the take-home pay as greatly or as severely. And then, of course, in the Singaporean process, you own their houses on a 99-year lease. So those are some of the things that I would fine-tune, because I see the reservation that Kenyans have is they're saying, okay, fine, we have a new health system, but is it worth paying 10 billion for every year? Because people think it's 104 billion being paid. And I think that these are some of the things that need to be fine-tuned here. And then, because generally the concept is good, but people are asking, is it worth the money? So we have to, ease and walk with people through policy and onboard them, ensure that you reduce the resistance. If you look at, for example, the two previous finance bills, the bill of 26 and 25, there has been a deliberate effort to ease and to the point where the minister is going to the Bunge la Mwananchi and whatnot, to ensure that as much as you can, you try and carry people in policy.
Yeah. And I think with that, one asks the question then, with a broad-based arrangement coming in place, which was then to address the concerns of the young people at the time, then comes the 10-point agenda. One asks the question from where it is you sit, having also been at the forefront during that time, have these things, the 10-point agenda, been fulfilled? And how then does that affect ODM, UDA in 2027? Because at the end of the day, that equally will matter.
Certainly. I think the broad-based, the memorandum of understanding is being satisfied to a great degree, because part of what we had said was ensuring that there's the protection of Article 37 of the Constitution, which involves our right to freedom of assembly, demonstration, picketing, and ensuring that there are no police violations around that. Has this gone can we say that this is at 100% implementation? Certainly not. We're still in a country where we see certain irregularities within the force that I cannot run away from, but they are not as gross. We've seen the point where the president owns up and says that never again will I. We've seen processes, for example, the compensation of victims spanning from 2013. We've seen, because part of it also included tax and taxation, we've seen a very sober finance bill, come this year. We've seen, of course, things like unemployment, which was supposed to be there, and the meaningful inclusion of youth in public life. Those are things which, of course, have to come with time. It's not a document that can be fulfilled, for example, in 3 months. It's not a document that can be fulfilled in a year. But we are not where we used to be when that memorandum of understanding was signed. People might prefer a different approach. However, we cannot say that nothing has been done. That's from where I sit. That's what I see.
Yeah. All a situation to watch. The politics are hotting up, and it will be very interesting to see how things develop. I mean, a day is like 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is like a day. ODM Youth Leader Casper Makori has been here with us this morning. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you as well, Nduh and Aseto.
Asante sana. Good morning, 8 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the news. I'm Sheila Tembor. The IEBC says it has intensified preparations for the 2027 general elections, calling for cooperation among stakeholders to ensure a free, fair and credible process. Speaking at the 38th National Council on the Administration of Justice meeting in Mombasa, IEBC Chairperson Erastus Ethekon urged Parliament to pass proposed electoral laws amendments in time to support the Commission's preparations. This comes as the Commission begins public consultations on campaign financing regulations, with Commissioner Alutalala Mukwana saying the rules will promote equal opportunities for all candidates.
Iwapo hakutakuwa na sheria ya kudhibiti matumizi ya senti za kampeni, itakuwa walio na mifuko mizito ndio wanaosikizwa zaidi.
Tangu tuje tumefanya 32 elections, by elections, 32. In the 1 year we have come. Out of those 32 elections, there were only 2 petitions.
Matungulu MP Stephen Wole claims Deputy President Kithure Kindiki's challenges in government are linked to the memorandum of understanding between President William Ruto and ODM ahead of the 2027 general election. Wole says the agreement could lead to the appointment of a Deputy President from ODM amid calls by some party leaders for a 50% share of positions in the Kenya Kwanza government.
Mr. Fireman, Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki rafiki yangu. Nisikize vizuri na unisikize nikiwa Matungulu. Ukiona mwenzako amenyolewa, chako kitie maji. Bwana Kindiki, Ruto has made a deal with ODM that the Deputy President in 2027 in the Kenya Kwanza administration will come from ODM. Professor Kindiki, you come from ODM. Tia kichwa hapa maji.
The Kenya Wildlife Service says preliminary tests have detected a possible toxic substance in samples from some of the 15 elephants that died in the Amboseli ecosystem within 1 month. In a statement, KWS said 10 of the elephants showed similar symptoms, including partial paralysis before dying within 1 to 2 days. Samples have been sent to various laboratories for further analysis to determine whether the substance caused their deaths. The agency is also investigating possible environmental sources, including water and other contaminants, while intensifying surveillance in the ecosystem. KWS says there is no evidence of a risk to human health. And Kilifi County authorities are urging parents to remain vigilant during the holiday season to protect children from sexual abuse. Acting Deputy Chief of Shela Area, Amon Harukombe, warned parents against relaxing their supervision, saying children are more vulnerable during the holidays.
Ni kweli tunakwenda katika kipindi cha likizo, watoto wanafunga shule kuanzia leo na watakaa nyumbani kwa muda ya wiki 3. Wito wangu ningependa kuwaambia wazazi kwamba tuchunge watoto, tukae na watoto, tujue watoto wanakwenda wapi, wanacheza na nani na wanafanya kitu gani, kwa sababu ulimwengu umechafuka, watu wamekuwa wabaya na waharibifu wa watoto wamekuwa wengi. Kuna kubakwa, kuna kuwa sodomized, kulawitiwa, na kuna kuibiwa na kuuliwa pia. Na vile vile kuna kudanganywa mtoto na akaharibiwa, akafundishwa tabia mbaya. Wazazi kwa sababu tayari walimu washakuwa nao kwa kipindi kilichopita, sasa ni wakati wa mzazi na yeye achukue watoto wachungwe, ili kuna watu ambao kazi yao ni kudhulumu watoto kingono.
The call was supported by Malindi Town Security and Peace Committee Chairman Athman Ali Saad, who urged parents to take responsibility and help prevent cases of child sexual abuse, which often increase during holiday periods.
Kwa wakazi wa Malindi na Shela Barani, kwa wazazi wote ni kuambia kwamba wawe watakuwa waangalifu likizo hino, wakati watoto wako majumbani waweze kujua kwamba watoto wao wanaoshikana nao ni kina nani, wanashinda wapi watoto wao, wawe na nafasi ya kukaa na watoto wao pamoja na kujua watoto wanazurura na nani, kwa sababu mambo yamekuwa mengi. Kunakuwa na watu ambao pia wanakuwa si watu wazuri sana. Iwapo utaacha mtoto wako usijue anashirikana nani, wengine wanaweza kuwadhulumu watoto kwa njia ya ngono, wengine pia kuingisha katika mihadarati, wengine kuingisha katika makundi magengi mabaya. Kama tunavyojua kuna magenge ambayo wanaitwa mawazawoza. Ingawa si sana wazazi wa ukae na watoto wao karibu.
And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tembor.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
You have land, Dennis. Yeah. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around.
Yeah,
why don't tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
He is himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament. So
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament.
Well, when he said
the government,
when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo ungekuwa umeenda bali sana hii. So we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Members of parliament, they go to settle, they just promised they get given tea, mandazi, and 100,000. That's not development.
External borrowing, 589 billion.
Are we on the same page? What did Parliament pass?
If anything happened to our president today, God forbid, that man would become president. Na ndio alilenga hizo stories za Shakahola.
The real thing is our constitution has only one person who is accountable to us.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something we must do.
Must do.
Like now you abandon, of course, the narrative of Wheelbarrow, Mutuamjengo, Mama Mboga, and all those, that narrative, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion to service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit, it's in itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Members of Parliament, they go to settle, they just promised they get given tea, mandazi, and 100,000. That's not development. External borrowing, 589 billion. Are we on the same page? What did Parliament pass?
If anything happened to our president today, God forbid, that man would become president. Na ndio alilenga hizo stories za Shakahola.
The real thing is our constitution has only one person who is accountable to us.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, it's 10 minutes after 8 o'clock, and we continue with our conversations this morning. So we're going to get into this one again this morning. We did it yesterday, but then for us to look at it in terms of what exactly is going on. But before we do that, the politics of the nation, whichever way in which you choose to look at them, that perception is a big deal. That what people see, what people can hear, feel, breathe every day usually makes up a large percentage of their reality. Let me tell you another thing, that if you take the politics and you pamper it and you take it to bed at night, you wake it up in the morning and feed it, that things can happen that would shock you. So that's what we keep saying, that don't put it in a place that's too close to you, because it might end up actually hurting you. Make the decisions that you need to make, engage on the levels that you need to engage on, and that is how you actually get the needle moving. All right, we continue with our conversations this morning. Thank you, all of you, for being in the room. We're getting into an education one this hour, and we said that we are going to talk it to solution.
Yes.
That we will be the ones to have this conversation, because where we are is not a good place. And unfortunately, we're going across board. Two gentlemen will join us in the studio this morning, and one of them is already here. And of course, very happy to have you, especially on matters building policy when it comes to what we can do to make sure that things are actually up to scratch and where they ought to be. Boaz Waweru is Elimu Bora Working Group Policy Advisor, already here with us in the studio. Good morning, Boaz.
Good morning, Nduh. Good morning.
Morning.
Dennis, how are you today?
Fine, thank you.
Thanks for inviting me.
No, well, thank you for coming. And, like we say,
pleasure.
We'll talk this thing to a solution. If we're going to have to engage, we're going to have to look for a way around this, and maybe just find out what the problem is.
That's the tone.
Yep.
Yes.
Soon, Professor Solomon Igosangwa Shibairo, who is the VC of the Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology, will join us as well for us to move into this conversation, because they also sit right at the center of this in terms of what's going on. All right, before we get into things proper, because it's going to be hot, Dennis has taken us to Southern Africa this week.
Yes, we are in Malawi. And think about Malawi, think Lake Malawi. Why Lake Malawi? Because it covers 20% of the total landmass in the country. But good thing about that lake is fact that you can enjoy the white sandy beaches that it has. You can enjoy one of the most beautiful sunsets in the country. And also the fish species that is found in that lake is next to none, especially in the continent. Bird watching is something that, Boaz, maybe if you enjoy birds, you can go.
The fish you already mentioned.
Yeah, but the proverb that we get says, the mosquito told the elephant, your size is impressive, but your skin is still my dinner table. How would you interpret it?
That's a daring mosquito. And I even wonder how that mosquito got the elephant's ear. But be that as it may, I think that depicts how nature is. There's that interdependence on the creations of God, the creatures that were put here on earth. So in as much as you're that elephant, you're huge, you're placed there probably to serve a purpose. So even all of us, whatever spaces you find yourself in and all that, Dennis, just by being here, the guy who fixes these things will still have to do that. So there's a way in which there's a shared function, and that some of the spaces you occupy could be of benefit to me, even without hurting you, So the mosquito, that's a brave one, just going to the ear of the elephant, getting that attention in itself. And indeed, I think that conversation should continue.
Yeah.
If the elephant and the mosquito can have a conversation, why not us?
Yes.
Particularly on education, an elephantastic research. Thank you.
Well interpreted, Asante.
Indeed, an elephantastic issue that we're looking at this morning. Yes. So yesterday and the week before, we had quite a rant, and we said, okay, come on, what exactly is happening here? That here we are 2.5 years down the line, and we still don't seem to have, a solution to this. And so what we wanted to do now is to strategically look at what the issue is, and then perhaps put it out there, because it's very possible that the folks who are in the middle of a problem may not be aware of what a possible solution might be. If now it's not, that's why you throw things into the ring.
Sure.
So the university funding model that everybody went hullabaloo about, am I least vulnerable, approaching poverty, all of those things. What was it called, that thing? Means testing.
The means testing instrument.
Now, this was come about by the Presidential Working Party on Education Reforms that went around the country. You were not part of that party.
I made submissions, not me. We made submissions.
There you go. The Elimu group made submissions into what was going to be done. In terms of what was adopted by the party, is a totally different kettle of fish.
Sure.
But one of the things that came out of this, at least at the university level, was this funding model, whereby there's a pool of money, supposedly, and then you come and say, I am applying for funding, essentially. And that based on my index, then you would then say, this is the amount of money that we're going to give you. For some, it was going to be full grant. For others, it was going to be partial grant, kind of like a double partial grant, partial loan.
Yeah.
For some people, it would have been complete loan. But all of this was going to come from the funds.
Okay.
It has not worked for the last 2.5 years.
3 years.
40%, only 40% is able to be buoyed by this model because they don't have the funds, or at least that's what they tell us. And so, 2 weeks ago, last week, the president said, well, you know what we're going to do? I'll give you the money. Okay? See, so problem solved.
Sorted. Why not?
Okay, so we go home then.
Yeah.
Happy?
And allow me to scope it from a background I know, which is very familiar. Dennis is, I said this is an elephantastic matter.
Yeah.
And first a disclosure. Nduh, Dennis, and I think Kenyans who've been following this know that Elimu Bora Working Group, Kenya Human Rights Commission, Student Caucus, and Boaz Waruku, I think there were 4 parties. We took this matter to court.
Yes.
And at the High Court, after the submissions we made, it was found to be totally unconstitutional. And had it not been for the appeal that the government made, it would have been thrown out completely that time. The issues that we raised are so many, and indeed, I would say that part of what the president alluded to last week, that there are young ones who would have wished to do certain courses, but because of affordability factor, when they looked at the prices, when they looked at the costs, then they opted for other things because they were saying, having gone through high school under duress, stress of funds, they wouldn't wish to get into another course where they were not certain they would be able to meet that cost. So that's part of what I think the president came out very, very openly about it. And so we actually... part of why we moved to court was to ensure that whatever the funding model that they wanted to place should be one that would meet the needs of this country. And so I think I need to disclose that so that even when I am sitting here and from where I'll be, not punching, but because we are finding solutions, it should be seen that we are actually trying to look and locate where could we get the solutions or answers to this. And indeed, I hope my good brother, the Vice Chancellor, would also be here so that we have a robust engagement on this matter. Because indeed, education is key. And the second thing I'll do, because I said I wanted to scope it from the back, I think sitting here, I'm elated. I am very happy that the topmost office of this land, for once, realized that what Kenyans have been saying is true. And indeed, unequivocally, he stated that the universal tertiary education would be achieved starting September. We are just a month away. That those who sit their KCSE and qualify, get admission to these public institutions, that they would be able to get the support. He said full support. And full support means full support. So we do not want us to start walking back because that is what Elimu Bora and those who have been doing research in education realize. And let me also scope it back to 2002. I think because we are setting that context so that we'll be able to know. 2002, there were campaigns, serious ones. And Moi's term was coming to an end. He had this project called Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. And then the entire country more or less said, no, I think Moi seemed not to be getting the issues which are troubling us more. We want free and universal education for everyone. And they started with the basic education, actually not basic, but primary. And Moi had indicated that based on his experience, having been the one in charge 24 years as president, more than 10 years as vice president, he told Kenyans it is not possible. In other words, political intention from Moi and the coterie around him was that it is not possible. So at times, why I'm doing that is because it starts from the mind. And it also starts from the political will of whoever is there. Because Mwai Kibaki, who had served as the vice president and finance minister at some point with the team of NAC, said, no, it is possible. We can actually afford this. And indeed, immediately after that, you see the kind of brains that he put together, the Professor Anyang' Nyong'o, Professor George Saito education. Anyang' Nyong'o was leading the planning. And then Mwiraria finance, that team and himself, he said, I want solutions. We promise these people it must be done. So it is political goodwill. And that's why I'm saying I'm elated because the president himself pronounce this for the tertiary level, because right from the basic, from the foundations of the education we've had, our expectations and discussion has been that in Kenya, indeed we have enough resources to guarantee each and every young one in this country, the young citizens of this country, full support from basic to tertiary. I think it is in this studio where we have discussed as a Limubora before, because based on the analysis, we even looked at the number of funds which are almost all over. And we said, we are able to afford this if we discipline ourselves, if we know that the amount of money we are putting into education. For instance, the year that ended, we had over 702 billion shillings in education. This year, the financial year 2026-2027, we have over 776 billion. But besides that, we also still have the monies going to education through the CDFs, so many, all these things, including the one going to research. Those are all scoped to be educational. So it is not that we lack the resources to make things work. It is because the discipline and accountability that is required is what is not making us go forward. And picking on that point where Kibaki insisted that we promised and it must go. Actually, if you look at some of the statements, because I want to look at the statements of the presidents, because that is where the political intention is. Ruto last week said it is possible. Kibaki said it is possible and went ahead to say, for those who are saying, no, but education has been getting a lot of money. He said for any country to be competitive in life, to be competitive and have advantage about the others, you must do, he called it massive investment in education. And because when you do so, then you are guaranteeing the future of the younger generation and the future of this country. And that investment means you put in more and more, because education generally will always get more. And it has been getting, it is the ministry that has been getting the largest share. But the discipline I'm talking about, where we are able to actually ensure that people do not use education resources for their own personal gain, that we do not transfer money to ghosts who end up withdrawing. Our banks and the financial system are so strict that a ghost cannot withdraw money. But ours do with So in discipline, corruption and all that, once we deal with that, we'll be able to support our children. The basic education level, I said, that is already guaranteed by the Constitution. We don't have to renegotiate it. But even the tertiary level, we must also ensure that it is guaranteed, because it is at that point when the youth, the Constitution provides for them, Article 55, that we must provide a support for them for the tertiary training to achieve the highest level.
Okay, so let's look at what exactly this money goes to do. And perhaps that will help us to understand then when we say that it is not applied, what happens. So when a student and let's focus a little bit here on university, because we know that capitation that goes to secondary schools, for example, takes care of a certain, it furnishes tuition, it furnishes the payment of teachers, their salaries, and other emoluments that you would have at school, books,
the cost drivers, very specific.
Specific cost drivers for capitation. Now, when we get to the university level, let us understand this, because sometimes we have conversations void of information, so it doesn't allow us to then reach solutions. Now, at the university level, we have public universities, meaning what? I think Kenya has 7? 6?
Wow, over 38.
If we look at the ones that are held as parastatals, University of Nairobi.
Actually, there are many. There are about 30.
That are held as parastatals?
There's 38.
That are noted as parastatals?
With charters. As public universities.
But are held as parastatals is what I'm asking.
When you say parastatal, that was a term that was being used for the corporations established by government to provide.
All right. So now we talk about
with the charter for public universities.
So now with the
there are 38 chartered.
So with the almost 40 public universities in Kenya, what we are talking about is that they are to an extent owned by government. That government is running them and is paying salaries of the teachers and the support staff, adjunct staff.
Yes.
All of that is being paid for by now. The students who attend these universities, when we say that you're going to a public university, number one, we know that the cost of that education then is heavily subsidized because it is owned by government, right? Now, these students then who are looking for funding, what is that money for?
Okay. Thank you very much, Nduh. It would have been good even to get a little history about the funding of our public universities. Because what you're mentioning, there was a period in this country when students who joined the university would just walk from home. I'm saying walking includes flying, and nobody was flying.
Leave their home.
Just leave home to get to the universities. They'll walk from home to the university without anything and study. Why? Food was there for free. They were even being given something called boom out of pocket so that you're able to make, to cater for other things.
Again, when you say, I think that's what I'm asking.
Yes.
We need to be careful when we say this, because there's the assumption that on the side of the street, there are loaves of bread that are just hanging out there, and the students go pick up food and go. Somebody is paying for it. So when we say free, are we not talking about government-supported, funded programs?
Yes.
Okay. I just need to clarify.
No, I'm very clear. What you are explaining is very clear, because actually when we talk of free, I like calling it universal.
Yeah.
And what the president talked about, full support, that essentially means what we are talking about.
Okay.
It means that already the costs, the needs of the learning at those levels have already been taken care of through the public pass. That the equipment that you require to train as media technologists, that as engineers and all that, those equipments have been purchased or are being serviced or are being upgraded, graded by those funds. That the teachers or the lecturers, there's a budget that is already being used to pay for them. That all the teaching and learning materials required, including at the university level, research component, that is going to be there. But when now you want the learners to go in, I think this is where we had a challenge with the model, which which has metamorphosized now twice. When President Ruto took over, there was the model they were calling the differentiated funding model. Yes. That differentiated funding model, they said, there are certain courses which would require a little bit more, and this more should be paid for by the government. They identified them and they said these ones will require that funding direct from the government, not placed on the head of any student.
Okay.
So in other words, you just budgeted for what does the University of Nairobi want? Jomo Kenyatta, Egerton, Moi,
So if I come in there, if I'm studying one of these courses, pick one. If I'm studying medicine, and there was an additional cost to that, away from B.Ed, for example, that the additional costs, students and stakeholders are saying that cost should not be borne by me, but it should be borne by government.
Yes, at that particular time, the government was supposed to shoulder that.
Okay.
And the analysis and the assessment done was that the universities were being starved of funds. In other words, education was not being prioritized even at that top level. Without that prioritization, then many of the universities, some almost declaring redundancies. You saw that. Moi and Egerton are examples. I think we can cite authoritatively, because that is on record, public record. So because the universities were not being funded as should have been, Ruto comes in and says, okay, now we want to have it as student-centered. You see the difference now that they were coming with. But when they say the student-centered, they loaded more of this funding on the student. And they said, okay, we'll now try to see for which course, how much does it require? And this cost is supposed to be apportioned to the student. And the student, if you can't afford, first they say there's partial that will be a scholarship that the government will give you. And then there's a component which now you'll apply to Higher Education Loans Board. And once you apply, then you are able now to, if you get the loan, then you are able to meet that cost. And then they said there's a household contribution. So you see, they were changing that kind of component in financing. What that means, that is where, Nduh, when you mentioned the means testing instrument, it became apparent that they had not thought through this process very well. Why? In fact, those are some of the grounds which Kenyans contested so heavily, because they said this banding of students, you find first they started with 4 bands, band 1, 2, 3, 4. Then as they started implementing, they increased to band 5. And they're saying, you know, based on the abilities of your families. And so that really left so many of the students, and some found themselves in bands which were not necessarily right. That would elevate them to be looked at as capable or able. But that is why even the courts, when they were dissecting this, they said, what happens when this means testing instrument does not accurately place someone? And so the brief period that they were given was simply to undertake public awareness and ensure that there's an appellate system within that. But all that, we were still saying, you are not fixing the problem of financing university education.
So when it was happening before, when it was happening before that, this boom that I've heard about was going on, and that people could, from the comments that we are seeing, people could go into the cafeteria, for example, at a university or at a training college and just hand in a meal card and eat.
The student will eat
3 meals a day, and that their beddings in your accommodation, whatever. Money was being put towards this function. So we are saying that over time, this seizure has taken place where the money, either not adequate or not at all, is being applied to these very same things. Okay.
True.
I just needed to clarify that, Dennis.
You see, when you talk about funding education, there is what was called as the boom at the time. There is help that also came into place and was
in the 90s.
In the 90s. Then all of a sudden, then the government decides we need to find a different way that, according to them, was superior and was student-centered. But even while at that, in this new model that is there, one asks the question, was there initial testing of this new model that would inform decision as to whether to implement it or improve on help that had been there since the 90s and immediate fixing? Why do I ask that? Because based off information that you get today, and you're free to correct us if you're wrong, is that we're going back to help and fix what was not happening before and make it better. And with that then, Boaz, one asks the question, whilst we are going back, we're finding old students. Is this a solution, or is this just another statement that is not backed by data, is not backed by advice, is not backed by any intention of doing it right? Because even help itself did not get it right.
Thank you. You know, you are so spot on, because anything and everything we do in education, and indeed I know it should be even in other fields, should be backed by data, evidence-based. And before you introduce something new, first you must assess what is wrong with the existing framework. All these details, we had expected that they are the things that the Professor Munavu Commission, the Presidential Working Party. Of course, when I say Professor Munavu, I know the public understands that. So all these are the details that they needed to have addressed. Unfortunately, in our thinking, you know, I had a disclaimer at the beginning, because that's why we challenged this. We felt that it was not done. We felt that was because there were several indicators. For instance, universities provided fee structures which were so huge, and the differences were so huge, and you're wondering what then informs them in terms of changing or charging this, to the extent that private universities in the country became cheaper than the public university. We say this is a problem. We say this is a problem because the public universities should be more accessible and affordable for these young ones. And so it appears the due diligence, the data collection, the analysis and the evidence that was done was not sufficient. And indeed, for me, the facts do not lie and we can revisit history. Some history I so resent. The introduction of this model, which has pushed out so many of the children from the TVETs and the universities, its introduction was not well thought out and it was rushed. Because you remember, this was born out of the second interim report by the Munavu Commission to brief the president. The first interim report placed CBC, the junior school, domicile them in lower primary. The second interim report is the one that dealt with financing of higher education. And when that interim report was being unveiled, I think that was in July 2023, it was being unveiled. At the time, you remember the CUPS, that is Kenya Universities and Colleges Central Placement Services. They had been told not to open their portal for the applications and people to start making requests because they were still conversing on how to roll out the financing because they were more clear that they would change that. But when that second interim report was being delivered, I think the media records can bear us out because, again, any of us who've dared to ask for the blueprint of that second interim report did not necessarily get it. So the president at the time dismissed that second interim report. I think if you recall, because I'm saying some things are historical but recent history. He actually said, this is not what I expected. But you can imagine that that was a presidential function where he was literally getting a feedback and a report that he was supposed to launch. And I think as a Limubora, we constantly say at that particular moment we smelled a rat and we actually called out that action because we said, I think there was some ping-pong politics being at play. We said that it was not possible that a president can arrive at a presidential function and dismiss an interim report, pretending that he had not known the content. We said, this one, there's some politics playing here. And at that particular moment, we started and continue to say, let us divorce politics from education. Because the moment you fuse this, then you do not know what the intentions are. But shortly after he dismissed, he called the media and said, now this is the blueprint. Which blueprint is what caused the chaos that we saw? Some student, more than 23,000, it was more than 24,000, who qualified did not even bother to apply. Why? Because the costs were so exaggerated, so high. That's why I'm saying the public universities became more expensive than private universities. And indeed, as we speak, that has completely not changed. That's why you'll find the private universities are thriving. They have engaged even multiple streams and a number of intakes. And the public university is still struggling. The students and learners in those public universities are still struggling on how do they do this. So what you're saying that evidence should have led us into something. We asked what was that terribly wrong that required for a total departure from the framework as established by the HELB Act, because at that point it is the Higher Education Loans Board Act, which was the legal instrument for funding university or higher education. We said, how could they not just then address the gaps within that and then fix it? But it was a total overhaul, and the total overhaul then met a lack of preparedness. Because the legal framework, among the things that the court agreed with, I don't have to get into that because the appellate process, I think everything is almost done and it is just the delivery of its decision soon. But the fact that some of the things which you were asking, how come the gaps which were there had not been seen
Yeah.
and had not been sealed, what was actually wrong? How can the new system, which was now centered on the student, made the student to feel so overburdened? For example, I'll give you practical examples of what happened. Our public universities were straddled in debt.
Yes.
A lot of it.
Still are.
And they still are, but we indeed expected that the cure would be this model. But because that situation, they said it would change. But it hasn't changed. So probably Nduh and Dennis, for me, I said I'm taking the president on his word. Because I know it is possible that from the basic education level to the tertiary level, it is possible for Kenya to guarantee that. We are embracing that and firmly embedding it and trying to ensure it is coded within the legal instrument, because right now you're seeing there are still talks about, we are going to amend the HELB Act. Others, no, we are actually introducing the tertiary placement and funding bill, you know. But we want to see the concrete proposals. And indeed, I think because the president is our servant, when he makes pronouncements, let him make life a little bit easier for Kenyans. Not for politics or optics or for whatever it is. Because making it easier for us is that he should give us a document. The Constitution, Article 135, requires him make that commitment. Any decision he makes and pronounces, it should be written. And so that then we can interrogate that and help him to improve it. But this one, we are taking him on his word. And we are saying, should that be implemented, we are able to protect it to ensure the right of every young person in this country.
But education funding for a very long time has been, I look at it from different perspectives. So there is what the student, then the parents pay to universities. Then there has been budgetary allocations that then the government as well gives the universities.
Yes.
And then there is the other component, which was a loan that would be transferred through HELP then to students. So you look at three sources of funding through education, towards our university education. But one thing was that we've never really discussed was then what after taking a student through university education, they've now graduated, because the third component, which is HELP loan, is supposed to be paid by the student immediately they get a job opportunity, right? Therefore, when you talk about university education, we equally should be talking about opportunities there are, so that these students, these graduates, would be able to give back to that kitty so that other students as well get these services. Are we really being serious when you're talking about, fine, we will fund, but we're not talking about also creating a good environment to have investors, to have these job opportunities, so that it is also not a burden to the government to continue funding university education, because those who went through the system have opportunities and they are paying so that their juniors as well can go through the very same process. Why does it end up just at we will pay?
Thank you. What the question you're raising touches on the quality of what we're providing at the tertiary level, TVETs and the universities, because it was only with the quality that you can be assured that the economy would thrive. And of course, the economy is other factors being constant, other factors including politics of the land, democratic space and all. And for us as a country, I think ensuring that at the tertiary level we get the quality right, so that the components, the ones that you're referring to, I want us to really depart from that. Why? Because the president already pronounced that there'll be full support. Because if we are discussing still where we have come from, we want to be, I think Nduh said we are looking for solutions. And as a Limubora, we are here and saying solution is available, that the resources Kenya has is adequate with proper discipline and accountability to guarantee proper education. And I think, as has also been discussed by many Kenyans within, there's a team called the Kenya National Interface Team, with several other professionals and experts and veterans who have been in the field championing a cause for education and other issues in this country. We said, as a core national interest for this country, that education should be gotten right, so that even when we are going through muddy waters with everything else, but we are certain that through this quality framework providing education, we will be able to get the good engineers, the good doctors, the good teachers, the good clinicians, everybody, the IT, the media, and all, who will be able to open up this space, including incubation at those highest level, incubation of good ideas. That is through the research fund. Why? Because a number of areas, a number of countries that have gone ahead do that. Look at China. They have invested heavily in education. In fact, right now, just as people are discussing this, the framework of education within the Chinese community is such that if, Dennis, you are able to just innovate something, top level innovation and all, necessarily being supported through whichever means and all that the certification that is assigned to that certification, in some corners, it is equivalent to a PhD certification. You can imagine that, because they know the value of innovation. In the country here, we delink research, proper research, at the university and the TVET level. We delink it from the research that would cause the industrialization that we are looking at. And I think that detachment is now making us feel like when we go to the university and the TVET, we are doing research in partial fulfillment for a requirement of a diploma, of a bachelor's, of a master's, or we're dealing with theses and dissertations for the PhDs. It is not necessarily that. Our learning process should be integrated so that the quality parameters and the products that we have are the ones that are incubated. Look at, I give the example of M-Pesa. The IT people and the finance guys, gurus, thought through that and created it, and has made services, just ensuring that financial system and service is much easier. That was an innovation created here in Kenya. I think until recently, even in the UK, they were not using the M-Pesa. And they realized that this thing is actually workable. So I'm saying not just on the finance and service areas, but we can innovate, we can create. We are doing so very, very well at the basic level, and so particularly the secondary schools. You've seen annual science congress, technology and innovation, but then we do not pick those good ideas and support them and nurture them. So for me, when the president talked about full support, where we sit as a Limubora, we are looking at that. What does that full support mean? That full support means that all the provisions, the needs of the learning, the training that would be taking place within the TVETs, colleges, and the universities are catered for from taxpayers' money, without people saying there's a lot more money going in there. We would also be looking at the students who are coming in, because they are coming from various backgrounds. They also get the support they require to be there to retain themselves, because as of now, there are students who cannot even feed themselves when they are on campus, and learning cannot take place on an empty stomach.
Can we go to in 2023? So 2022, you had about 180,000 students who were coming into the university. Of course, they were still talking public here. In 2024, that number increased by about 20. Actually, no, about 140 increased to about 160, and then to 2025 increased to about 180. And then this year, in September, the number of students after COOPs did their thing is coming to about 200,000. So what we are saying, Boaz, is that the model, which was only catering for about 40% of this whole number, because remember that even if you brought in new students in 2024, there were still students who are studying under this program. If you brought in new students in 2025, the 2023-2024 were still in school. So you're coming into 2026 September, this intake, and you're still on top of the 180 from 2025, you're still on top of the 160 from 2024, and upon the 140 from 2023. Not even looking at who was coming before.
Yes.
So with this declaration is what we are saying, that the students who then need support, or everybody who is coming in, the 200 and something thousand in September, with the declaration from the president, will just show up to school, get whatever they need, and start studying.
That is a declaration the president made.
So the ones who have been admitted into the 39 public universities in the country will just need to show up. They will get their accommodation if they are living in on campus.
That's the statement of the
president. They
president.
will be fed, they will read, and the lecturers and adjuncts and support staff will be paid.
You are saying, that's why I'm saying the president's decision and statement should be there in written, because that's what the constitution demands, 135, so that then we do not start misinterpreting him. Because for me, and from Limubora, where we come from, when he said full support is not 99% support. It is 100% support. And we are saying we want to support that and encourage, because it is doable. What you're talking about, Nduh, education, it is more like a process line. There are those that are just getting in. There are those in the middle. There are also those exiting.
Yes.
So that is when you're planning for the full support, you do not just plan
for the ones who are coming in.
For the ones who are coming in. Or like your house. When you're planning for the meals or for food, you do not just plan for breakfast because you're woken up hungry. You must ensure there'll be lunch and dinner and whatever it is. So this full support, which we embrace, and we do not want Kenyans to move away from that statement. The only thing is we want it to be concretely signed and a bill in parliament.
But he said there's a bill.
Sorry?
He said there's a bill.
He said there's a bill. We're still looking for that bill to interrogate and help improve that bill. Why it is important? Because where it is not anchored in law, definitely, we do not want a situation where there's a pronouncement and then you also initiate a procedure to go and defeat it in court because you did not follow the due process.
So what is going to happen? I don't know if anybody knows, but usually September comes after August. Usually. Usually.
You're right.
Exactly.
And that's 30 days.
Yes.
And that is when new students.
The new students, are reporting. First years, freshers.
Yeah, the freshers. The ones that were placed by COOPS in April last year before they then went and sat KCSE in 2025. They are the ones who are going into university in September.
Yes.
The ones for which this funding, declaration, hallelujah, is supposed to go towards. How are we sure that these kids are going to go to school?
When you're asking, those are questions which are legitimate, but those are the questions why we have a government in place. How? The mechanics of actualizing that, starting with the planning. Your question would go to, how come when the budget process was going on?
Oh, it did, Boaz. I already know what you're going to ask.
Yes,
and I've been asking that question, that if we were dependent on data and information, it would have informed the budget that just closed in June.
It would have been there because looking at the provisions that are also made in the budget as of today, they did not provide for that full support for the higher education. But we are saying, there's Article 224 with the supplementary budget. So why we are taking this on a very positive level? Because for the first time we are saying the president, through it, take this supplementary budget to parliament so that additional money is given to education for the full support. We do not want to renege on this.
I see what you're doing, Boaz, but it's very hopeful, because when is the last time that you saw a supplementary budget going towards actual major indices on development. This education being one of them.
Unfortunately, the practice has been bad, but we must depart from that bad practice. For me, because do you remember your opening statement is that we must look for the solutions.
I know.
And those solutions means that the old habits we used to have must be discarded.
Okay.
That only we do not use money and misapply it to other things. We prioritize education. For me, I would have insisted and looked at it that when the bill is being done, that the prioritization done and the safeguards are such that you cannot defund education. That would be the anchor, ironclad, that you cannot remove any component of that support. When you mean full must mean full, not 99.999 and 90 cents full. It must mean 100% full support. And we want that to be actualized because we know it is doable.
What remains as we speak right now, that's just another, what many would say, a roadside declaration by the president. Because it is not enshrined in any policy. There is a bill that is coming, yes. But what if, what if this doesn't happen? What does it mean to the students?
But then I think because first, do you know what that statement has done? That kind of sampling that is going on is many of those students are so happy and excited they are joining campus. They are not even the Harambes that were being organized for. Those ones are, why do you want Harambe? And we are going for free. So you can imagine, you as a parent, you have told your children, endeni mcheze, mkirudi jioni kuna chakula. Alafu wanakuja wanapata wewe ndio zise mwengethia or umezubaa. You're just watching there, that you do not want to understand. People in my village back in Kanyaluo, Homa Bay, those everywhere in this country are excited because they are waiting for this free, the full support from the government. And indeed, that would be a turnaround. If you say so, then they are going to sleep hungry. My friend, you'll be in trouble. So let us be very clear. What the president said, it was not a joke. I think he is not a comedian in any platform that can just make any statement to just for applause or for people just to be happy. He's a policy driver. He's an implementer. He has an accountability to the public that whatever decisions that he makes are actually followed through with action. And I tell you, Nduh, in Kenya, this problem of always having the best legal frameworks, the best policies, and everything then collapses at implementation. We must depart from it. We know it has been a bad practice. We cannot carry it forward.
Say hallelujah.
Hallelujah and amen.
So, Barasa says it's going to happen. Okay.
It must happen. The president committed on that. And we must keep the president on his word. Political accountability means something.
Asante sana, Boaz Waweru. It means something. And that's the solution that we are at the end of this hour. We're looking forward to the next. September is coming. We're looking forward to that. And we'll continue with more conversations as we go ahead. Good morning. It's 9 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the news. I'm Sheila Tembor. One person has died and several others injured after two buses carrying students were involved in an accident at Takwel Dam area in West Pokot County. West Pokot County Commissioner David Saruni said the buses were carrying 81 students and 20 teachers from Siron Primary School in Nandi County on a school trip when one of them developed a mechanical problem leading to the crash. West Pokot Governor Simon Kachapin visited the injured students at Kapenguria Referral Hospital.
Wale wamepata matibabu katika hospitali yetu hapa ya Kapenguria pia wako hali mzuri. Generally nafikiri ni wachache tu, wawili wa peke yake ndio tumerefer kule Eldoret. Lakini hao wengine wamekuwa stabilized na madaktari wetu wakiongozwa na Medisup ambaye ni surgeon, na madaktari wetu kwa jumla wameshughulika kuona kwamba watoto wetu hao umekuwa stabilized na
Nandi Deputy Governor Yulita Mitei and county health officials also visited a hospital and commended the care being provided to the students.
Asante sana Governor kwa ile kazi mmefanya ya kuhakikisha kwamba huduma katika county referral yenu ya Kapenguria ni ya hali ya juu. Tumeona pia miundo msingi ambao mmepanua kuhakikisha kwamba katika emergency services area iko vizuri. Pia tumeona jengo jipya ambalo liko na CT scan. Tumeona shuhudia mambo mengi ambayo tuna.
The chairperson of the Council of Governors Health Committee, Mombasa Governor Abdul Samad Sharif Nasir, has called on county governments to improve transparency in managing the health sector and increase investment in hospital infrastructure. Nasir said proper accountability in the use of health resources will improve service delivery and restore public confidence. He added that investment in hospital facilities, medical equipment and management systems is key to providing quality healthcare.
We value the people who elected us into office and the people who gave us the mandate to be who we are today. Waziri, we need to be able to sit down with yourself, and I'm sure this is something everyone will agree, including a number of good personnel in all the counties out there. Kuna madaktari wengine ambao kwamba wameajiriwa lakini hawako kazini. Hata madaktari wenyewe wananiangalia wanasema sasa ujamaa ashachoma hapa. But it is the truth. Iko madaktari wengine tumewaajiri lakini wako na private clinics, and I know some people are talking about locum. Some people are saying that as a specialist there was a CBA that was arranged, but if that is the case, we need to be able to confirm and ascertain how many hours are you present at that particular facility. It is very vital because that is another form of corruption. When you're being paid to be at a county facility and then in return you decide to go into a private facility. And I'm not saying all doctors are bad. Some doctors are excellent. Actually, many of them, medics in general, are excellent, but the one or two ambao wana hepa.
Kitui South MP Rachel Nyamai has praised the government's Linda Jamii program, which replaced the former Linda Mama initiative for improving access to healthcare for pregnant women. Nyamai said the program provides financial support of 11,200 shillings for mothers who deliver normally and up to 32,600 shillings for those who undergo cesarean section. She also lauded the Kenya Kwanza administration, saying development has improved under President William Ruto's leadership.
Kutoka financial hii ambayo tuko, pesa ile itakuwa inapeanwa hospitali kwa mama akizaa, haitakuwa 4,000, itakuwa 12,000. Mara ngapi? Nchi ya Kenya inaendelea na kitu inaitwa transformation. Kunawekwa lami, kunawekwa stima, kunajengwa nyumba ambazo zinaitwa affordable housing, kunajengwa soko. Na rais wetu amesema ya kwamba hawezi acha Kitui nyuma, hawezi acha Machakos nyuma, hawezi acha Makueni nyuma.
And the World Health Organization warns that progress in fighting HIV, viral hepatitis and sexual transmitted infections is at risk due to funding gaps, humanitarian crisis and persistent inequalities. WHO says millions of people still lack access to prevention, testing and treatment despite gains made over the past decade. While new HIV infections and AIDS-related deaths have declined, about 9 million people living with HIV remain without life-saving medicines. The organization says hepatitis and STI control efforts are also facing challenges with rising infections and growing drug resistance in some areas. And that's the news where I'm Sheila.
94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Every time he kept on saying he wants a vibrant opposition.
How does it make sense that public money has been used already and then they dare to sell it back to you? Why are they not giving them for free?
That's how broken we are. That's how broken we are.
They're being sent home now for fees. They're going to fail to prepare. We are compromising the futures of these children.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Baba should disown these experts and they say they went there on the because he keep on telling us that these experts just you came from Dubai and you found them they're already at State House looking for jobs.
Government has to has to introduce austerity measures. It's something that this government and the previous ones have not been able to do in this country. We've talked about it so many times.
And really, I think you have seen the modus operandi of William Waweru since he came in. It's just showbiz.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning to you and karibu sana into the final hour of the Situation Room this Wednesday morning. And at this point, we're going to look into taming the tongue. And it would seem as though maybe some folks are then expressing the need for the bite to be louder than the bark. That's a conversation that we're getting into this morning. Ethnic Insults, Leadership and Responsibility in Public Office. Dr. Alphonse Kanga is the regional chair of the NCCK, and he's here in the hot seat this morning. Good morning, Doctor.
Morning.
How are you?
Good to see you again.
Good to see you. Karibu sana.
Asante.
Thank you for being here this morning.
Asante.
We'll have a different kind of conversation because the conversation that's out there is starting to get really ugly. And folks are being able to say whatever they want and seem to be getting away with it. But before we get into that this morning, Dennis has today's proverb to share with you. We'd love to hear your interpretation.
Our proverb today comes from Malawi, a country that has one of the great lakes in the continent, and this is Lake Malawi. So Lake Malawi occupies 20% of the total landmass in the country. And one of the things that stands out is the different species of fish that Lake Malawi has, more than many lakes across the world. But then again, also the sunset that many enjoy because of that lake is just beautiful, considered to be one of the best in the continent as well. But the proverb that you get is the mosquito told the elephant, your size is impressive, but your skin is still my dinner plate. The mosquito told the elephant, your size is impressive, but your skin is still my dinner table. How would you interpret it?
Your size is impressive.
But your skin is still my dinner table.
I need to sit on your skin to survive. So you are important all around. Your skin is great, but I need your skin to survive on it. I need to sit there. So you're not there by accident, but you are there for a divine purpose.
You, the elephant, is there for
You,
me, the
elephant,
mosquito.
is there for me. I must survive through you.
I like that. It seems that in the same kind of engagement, we're unable to divorce political activity from the slurs that we are seeing currently. And I know what we've said about the tongue. Can it be tamed? If it's not tamed, it can cause a lot of damage. And that damage seems to be rearing its ugly head again, so much so that it's forced the NCIC to wake up from its slumber and call out 3 people about their behavior and start to investigate on that. Is it possible to actually engage in what would be considered as heavy political activity without a lot of the speech that we see that could be considered hate speech?
It is possible. I want to begin by saying it is possible. When it comes to this issue of the tongue, it is possible if Kenyans will wake up from slumber, not only those independent bodies, Kenyans should wake up from slumber and know what kind of leaders to pick. And they should pick from knowing that we are a country that is led by 2 books. The first book is the Constitution, and the other book is the Scripture and the Quran. We are a country of books. So how is it possible? It's possible if we go to those books and identify leaders from those books. But if we identify books from anywhere else from different interests, then it will be difficult to identify. If you go to the book that I read on a daily basis, it says in Luke 6:45, a man speaketh from the bottom of the heart. Out of the heart a man speaketh. So from there you can now identify and know what a man speaks, that is what he is. He speaks from the evil. If he's evil in the heart, it comes out. So when he speaks from there, you can identify a leader. So is it possible? And then the other book we call the Constitution. The Constitution is so clear on who to. Chapter 6. If you read those 2 books and look at them and follow them, we'll be able to pick the right leaders. But if we follow something else, if we follow the manipulation, if we follow what we call hero worship, then it will be so difficult to identify. If we follow where my mother came from, it will be so difficult for me to identify a good leader. But if we follow the holy books, that I wake up and say, okay, I'm looking for a leader. How do I get a leader? I know that a leader is set apart to lead. A leader is set apart to make sure that it's an opportunity to lead. And what he speaks, it can create fire. A leader who will sit down and pay blockers to gaslight another one, that's not a leader. What you need to do when that happens, that's not a leader. And then what is supposed to happen? Me and you, we need to wake up from slumber and identify these people. I'm so glad the other day, the Standard came up with some phases, and they identify phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. I'll stand here and ask, what have we done as Kenyans? Are we waiting for the book we call Constitution has identified 3 bodies in that book. And the 3 bodies, NCIC, IEBC, NCIC, IEBC, and there's NIC, ICBC. Which one is this? Yes, police.
Yes.
Yeah. Those are independent people. Those 3 bodies are supposed to be working around to identify, after the Standard came up with those phases, what have we done? Because when it comes from phases, we'll be able now to identify, is it a leader who was in the ground? Again, my book said, a man speaketh right from the bottom of his heart. So it's about the software, not the hardware. So what are we struggling with? We are struggling with the software. Are we able to identify the software before we go to the hardware? Hardware is what you see. Software is what's inside.
Dr. Based off the book that is called The Constitution that you've just referred to, it stipulates exactly what ought to be done and what should not be done.
Yes.
Yet individuals that have even been called by NCIC are individuals who one would say are at positions that are respectable. They're positions that Kenyans have entrusted them to hold it in trust for them. They should lead as an example. But we hear things they are saying, and even what they say after being asked to apologize, and one asks the question, they know exactly what it is they are doing. That this book that is called the Constitution, that has the do's and don'ts, the terms and conditions for everyone, is just another suggestion for them. How do we cure that?
I can tell you, those individuals from the software, they know. But the hardware is because of their selfish interest. Even when they speak the way they are speaking, it's not because they are serious. They know they are wrong from the software. But hardware, they are following their own interest. I tell you what, the key person here is the grassroots, is Wanjiku, is me and you, that is supposed to hold them accountable. We are in a crisis because this person has gaslighted other people. This person calls other people different names. And you know what we do? We clap for them. we celebrate them. As we celebrate them, then we add fire there. Then we make them think they are great. It is a high time we as Kenyans, we wake up and say no to that kind of behavior style. Because if you know that this person's software has a problem, if what he speaks, then he says, oh, it was a sleight of the tongue, misquoted. You are not misquoted. That's what you are. So it is we to take action. Actually, it is a high time Kenyans come together and make decisions on these people, so that when they gaslight other people like that, we run away from those rallies. We disappear from those rallies, whether we have been given money or not. Take the money. When they gaslight somebody, run away, because money is not theirs.
How do you get people to stop insulting others? Because we have seen, and it might sound like I'm saying something that a 5-year-old would say to another 5-year-old. But the truth of the matter is that when we want to whittle it down to what a lot of conflicts that we've seen around the world have created, they started with a single word.
Yep.
And it just took a little strike of a match to get a fire going, as it usually does. How do you get people to be conscious of the things that they say, bearing in mind that they can actually cause a very big issue?
I said we begin with you. Actually, it's a high time now citizens themselves need to go to court and demand accountability. We as citizens. And it's a high time that we as Kenyans, especially using the two books, we the religious men, we need to speak out, speak unto those things. And then as a community, it's a high time we come up and just walk to court, go to court and put cases in different courts and demand accountability from those people. And then Kenyans should be a level whereby they demand ethical vibes. The ethical vibes, the accountability. How do you demand? You demand by speaking it out. Faith comes by hearing. Speak to them. Tell them they have a problem. Tell them we don't want to hear them. But when they speak and we clap hands, we celebrate their presence. We celebrate what they are talking. Then we add sugar to that tea. And then they think they are doing right. So what are we supposed to do? First of all, let's make sure that when they are speaking, we walk out of those rallies. And then that should be again the measuring line. That should be the canon to know who is a leader. We should identify. They need to know that when you speak those kind of things, you are not a leader. You are something else. So how do we get them to accountability? Again, the good 3 books are so clear. There is what we call the independent in those books. I say the IEBC. Are they independent? We need to move from I shall, we shall, I will, we will. We need to ask from the good book, which has set up these 2 courts. There are these 2 courts, NCIC, IEBC, the police. We need to ask to make sure they emphasize on the I in those bodies. Independent police, not only independent IEBC, independent NCIC. If they are independent in their thought line and their action, and it must be seen to be independent, not just saying that we are independent. For example, how do we get to stop? I said again, the Standard recently came up with specific faces. 1, 2, 3. We expect those faces to be in court right now. We expect those faces to have been identified. The Standard might have been wrong, but we expect to say that this one has been set free by the courts because it was picked and is now in the court. This one is now happening. The NCIC, they also need to come up and say, we are moving from I will to tafanya, to taruka, kutakua, to we are doing it.
I mean, these agencies that you speak about, with the independence that they do have,
do they have independence?
Many Kenyans have accused them of exactly not having that independence. Because it is not the first rodeo that we are seeing in the country with regard to inflammatory messages that are being spewed, especially by the political class. It is something that has been there time and time again. But even as now we see NCIC has invited individuals to go give their statements and all that, is it a little bit too late? Have we let them run amok for a long time that right now nobody trusts these institutions to deliver on their mandate?
I think they might not be late because, as I said, a man speaketh from his heart, but it's so difficult to know what's in a man's heart before he speaks. Now that they have spoken, those individuals, and they've been called upon to account for what they have done. We as the society, we need to support those independent for NCIC. NCIC has one of us chairing that NCIC. Now, what we need to do is rally behind them and make sure we also keep him running to make sure that he moves from I will, I shall, we will to I am doing.
How do they change? How do they change the notion that they are just a toothless dog? All they do is bark, but not.
We need to see actions, measurables. We need to see measurables, actions. We need to see some people in court. We need to see some people who have been set free. Some people have been in jail. We are here to see. We are here to see great people like those who are now in court. Just as we saw another case the other day. There is one that we are waiting to see. We have seen that case go through. And since these cases are going through, we need to see something happen in this area of accountability coming from the misuse of the tongue.
What kind of danger do we actually look at from some of these things that I said? I mean, just going through some things that have actually been tabled, and again, going to some of the conflicts that we see happen in different parts of the world that came from something that one would just imagine that they were small things and they didn't really matter. But what kind of danger lies in not doing something about some of the things that we're already seeing?
First of all, the nation will not take us serious. The money will not take us serious. But danger, there are so many. 207. 207 began like a joke. It was from people's mouth. If you study the history of the world, look at what happened in Rwanda. If you have visited Rwanda and you follow the story, it came out of people's mouth. What a man speaketh, whether you are serious or not. The danger that is there will end up having unethical individuals in leadership. Because if we start celebrating hero celebration, the hero worship, we'll find yourself having people who are not supposed to be in the offices. And what's the danger? There will be no development. What you call development. What's the danger? The danger is where we are right now, where we are being told by the control of budgets that 70% of what we have, we are paying taxes. We are paying debts. If we are paying debts, what about development? And then the question is, where is that money? Who used the money? So what kind of danger? Poverty, illiteracy, non-development, people living without basic needs. What kind of danger? What kind of danger is what's happening in hospital? No medication. What's happening in schools? Those are the dangers. And what are we being told? We are manipulated and dominated to think we are developing. What kind of development is there? So the danger is it will always boil down to the crossroad. It will come down to Wanjiko. It will come down to children having no school. It will come down to some people sitting under a tree. And somebody say there is development. So what development is there?
In one way or the other, there has to be political responsibility. Why do I say that? Because at the end of the day, everything, especially when it comes to leadership of the country, politics is there. And you look at individuals who've been summoned, all of them are politicians in one way or the other. So you look at the Cabinet Secretary, Nduh, who's been asked to appear before NCIC. You look at CS Ruku, again, another politician. You look at Rigathi Gachagua, another politician. And with that being seen and the basis that they do control, how much of a concern is it, especially to the clergy, on what it is they see being spewed from the political class?
As the clergy, what we need to do, we need first of all to be guided by our mind and understand politicians, they are not enemies. Politicians are just protecting their interest. And if you look at them sincerely, they are not serious. That's why they'll throw those words in the air. They'll pay blockers to gas fire others. But in the evening, they are at Serena Hotel taking tea together. So what's the issue? It is we, Kenyans should know that they are on. God for us all. So what are we supposed to do? Kenyans should unite and just say no. Because those politicians, you look at them critically, this is not the first time. Some of them, we know them, we have lived around them for a long time. And they laugh at it. You think they are serious? In the evening, you found them in Serena Hotel taking a cup of tea together. They are just playing games. We are their food.
Daktari, they might not be serious in what it is they say, but the effect, the ripple effect that it has among their supporters and the people is where the danger is at. Like we've just said, some of the worst atrocities committed in this world, emanated from what was said. They might not be serious, but the ripple effect of that then to the masses, including the people that you shepherd, is concerning. As a clergy then, when we hear these words being spewed, as much as they might not be serious, what is the concern? How concerning is it to the clergy that we might say it's not serious, but the ripple effect is where the danger is at?
When you look at them, in their mind, they are not serious, because if they were serious, they would have thought about their software. But when you see what comes out, you wonder whether this person is serious. But to us on the ground is so dangerous for us, because it divides us. And that's why we have to take our responsibility and let Kenyans know, Kenyans, we are not enemies of one another. And these people, what they do, they are just playing some games around us. Kenyans are always together. We are only manipulated and dominated by these people so that they can gain a mile from us. So they are taking advantage of the desperate wananchi. And when they take advantage of you, desperate wananchi, this is where we end up in this kind of a situation. So what's the danger ahead of us? The danger ahead of us that we are likely to follow them, and then we destroy our own country. We only have one country. We only have a house. And somebody will light that kibrit from that corner, and then we burn the little we have made just because of him. And you know the dangerous part of it, Nikwamba, it is with the wananchi will suffer. It is with the wananchi are at Olympic will suffer. Most of these people, their children are in Harvard. Their children are not even here. Some of them they are not even Harvard. They are on the streets in the US. They are downside Birmingham. Whatever they are doing, they might not be great, but they are not within, because they have the money they stole from the normal wananchi through this kind of behavior. And so what are we saying? It is tricky and it's not acceptable to allow them to mess us through the irregular and unacceptable speeches.
There are some who've blatantly said they won't apologize. Some of these stories that we see, there's, people, colleagues are now telling each other that they're not going to apologize. I mean, what a picture for the country to then be able to look at. If somebody has already taken the stance that they've not done anything wrong and there's really nothing to apologize for, are we going to be able to make any headway?
When they say they are not going to apologize, they are just testing our stability. They are testing our mind. I say those people are not serious, because when things are so hard on them, they are saying that to make themselves comfortable. They are not that they are serious. When they are pushed to the corner, they normally apologize. Like sometimes they are caught in court and they say, I'm not coming. Finally, they end up there. We have seen many who have said, I will not resign unless I'm dead. And then you see them come and resign when they are alive. So it is we, the Kenyan people, that need to put pressure on them. That game, they are trying to please a few that believe in them, a few that are hero worshippers that worship them. And then they say, yeah, you have said it. But for sure, it is the space they are. We need to narrow down the space where they'll come and speak and say, we'll not apologize. We need to prevail on them and tell them, you have to. Because not apologize, it means somebody else should say that. What to them will follow that way of speech.
Daktari, one thing we've established is when these individuals speak, they are not serious, right? They say they will not apologize, right? To test the grounds. When they're pushed to the corner, they finally get to apologize. How sincere is the apology? Because at the end of the day, one would say, at the end of the day, I will apologize. I will come, I will spew my hate, I will say what it is I want, I will say I will not apologize, put to the corner, I will apologize and move. To institutions, NCICs, EACC, police, who equally know the country we are in, and individuals who will intentionally break the law because they know, I will still apologize. How should they move to stop it from happening again?
First of all, I want to say that from the good book I read, faith comes by hearing. We need to hear them speak by their mouth. And then we go to the other book we call the Constitution. Now, from my book, faith comes by hearing, and I take care of the software. And then we go to the other three books that I've said, the other book we call the Constitution. And then from there, we follow them systematically. Apologizing will not stop you from going through the structures laid by the society for you to become a better person. We go back now to the police. So the police need to follow it up, take a case, and take it to court. We go back to IEBC. IEBC should just wake up and discontinue those people from vying any position in the country. We go back to this NCIC. NCIC should bring up a case quickly and take them to court. So to say will not apologize, just a gimmick. It's a gimmick you have to please your followers. But the question is, yes, I will not mind for you to speak it out because faith comes by hearing. When you speak it out, we hear, we'll come up and say, yes, he has spoken about it. But the bodies, the independent bodies need, despite, I think it's a high time that as we think about these bodies, the parliament and in the other book we call constitution, we need to sit down and find out what really makes these bodies, that is the NCIC, the IEBC, and the police become toothless. I think it's a high time as Kenyans we need to sit together and reorganize the appointment of these particular reorganizations. How to structure it so that we disorganize them, we dislocate them completely from the executive so that they become independent.
So that they really become independent.
So they really become independent.
Let's take a break and then we'll come back and look at what that independence really means.
Yes.
Because perhaps it's easy to call some of these bodies toothless because of the fact that the independence is actually not there. Okay, so let's come back and continue this conversation with Dr. Alphonse Kanga. We'll come back after this and we'll then see if the one is tied to the other.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
All right, still busy in parts of the city. Coming off of Kiambu Road is where you find a lot of it this morning. And then you get towards the Wangari Maathai Way, touching on that museum stretch. In and outbound traffic actually a thing as folks are trying to get through towards Limuru Road on the right. So that will cause some traffic. But apart from that, we're not looking at too terrible a situation. It's slow on Mombasa Road heading out towards Uhuru Highway. And some traffic still coming off of Aerodrome Road this morning. Busy on Gong Road as you get out towards the CBD. And small traffic on the Southern Bypass, which shouldn't be there. So, of course, there's a cause for concern in terms of what might be happening there. So, Southern Bypass, inbound, outbound traffic, it's a bit of a hold up there. And then Jogo Road, of course, with a little bit of traffic still getting onto Landis. It'll take you a minute to get into the city this morning, but we're coming out of traffic hour. Good things through the day. Talk to us, SpiceFM, KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, we're continuing with Dr. Alphonse Kanga and just looking at this independence thing, because a lot of the bodies that seem to be independent, then Kenyans would imagine that at some point, if you were, that it would be easy for you to then, pronounce yourself on certain things, that it wouldn't have to take coaxing and asking and expectation building for people, that it would be clear that the things that you're guided by are the things that you act upon, and that if you see something going south, you say, before it has, gone, you say, this is wrong, this is how we're going to deal with it. So perhaps we should be asking the question, the three bodies that you mentioned, are they really then independent? And if they're not, who's pulling the puppet strings?
The special interest in these bodies might be the problem that we have. But since we have this book, the Constitution, and it's so clear, we need to come to a level and even look around in this Constitution and find out what makes them not to be independent. Is it the appointment of those bodies? Is it their mindset? Or it is the cultural perspective of hero worship? Is that what makes them not be independent? And then we deal with it. Again, it boils down to us. How do we get our leaders? Do we get our leaders from integrity, accountability, and meritocracy, or we get them from mediocrity, provided they belong to myself, they belong to ourselves, or how do we pick our leadership? So we begin from how do we formulate those teams? How do we organize? How is our police system organized? How is the promotion gets placed? What am I expected to gain? And if we deal with those issues, then we'll go to independency. Because we can be independent, we can talk to have the eye independent, and yet we depend on somebody outside to make a decision for us. So the question is, we need to come up as Kenyans, realize, how independent are we? Independent means I make my decisions without hero worship, without following without getting instruction from above or from the left or from the right. I'm independent, guided by the two books, either the Holy Book or the Constitution.
Yeah. How does the government then come in as a good set of example? Why do I say that? Because today, as we speak, two of the individuals who have been summoned are cabinet secretaries, and cabinet secretaries have an appointing authority. And in terms of setting an example on what should be done and what must not be done, one would expect that the highest office in the land, or rather the appointing authority, would take some action, send people packing, summon them, warn them, in one way or the other. How does that level then failure to act lead to continuation of the ills that we continue to see?
I think the question would be, how is that high level different from the person speaking? What's the difference? What's the difference between that high level and here? Is it just paperwork or it is mindset? Because we must develop a mindset where the high level means, and the low level means, and the middle level means. Are we different? And again, it goes again, how do we create these individuals in the offices? I want to tell you that we always have a responsibility to reorganize and organize, to listen to one another and say, this is what we want. Can we take the two books in our hands, the Constitution, and then take the two books, the Quran or the Bible, look at them and come up with the leaders, so that we don't end up with this issue of hero worship. We don't end up with this issue of tribal worship, organizational worship, this issue of being selfish. So the difference between the upper and the low, what's the difference? This is just the office. And then again, come back to me and you. Have we put enough demand on that person? Have we put pressure on that person on top of that to say, take care of your house? Because I'll expect, if he has said, I'm not going to worship, if I'm in the upper office than him, I'll come back on and tell you, please worship, withdraw, or you walk out. Simple as that. But if what he was saying came from me, then I'll not do it. So it depends. Did we sit in a boardroom and then decided what to go and say? If the upper person will not speak to this person, then it means he came from a boardroom to go and speak. And so what are we supposed to do as Kenyans? Is to sit down, ask ourselves, what's the next cause? We have an answer when we have the ballot.
So what if this person was appointed, obviously not to then remain independent or to be independent in the first place, who then, rules the pack, but to actually sing the song of the appointing authority? How do you then, you almost can't guarantee independence when somebody has been put in a position to push a particular agenda, as we have known has happened before. So how then can you even say that such a body would be independent? Where would you start from? Because if I appoint you and I expect you to do my bidding to a certain extent, then the independence flies out the window.
Yes, the consumer should be able to make a decision. The consumer, who is me and you, need to make a decision, because I need to see the appointing authority, because the appointing authority was appointed by me. And then he goes ahead to appoint that one. So it is me to sit down and ask myself, is it possible I might have made a mistake? I started by saying, the good book says, a man speaketh right from his heart. What a man speaketh, that's who he is. If a man sits down and structures blockers to go and gaslight other people, that person is not a leader. If a man sits down and abuses the other, and then you look at it and say, now, what is supposed to happen? That person has an issue. So how independent is he going to be independent? He is going to be independent so long as me, the employer, is going to put some demands on him or her to say no to this and no to this. But again, it is me and you that celebrate these people when they are abusing one another. It is me and you that needs to sit there and we don't put clear our expectation. Have we ever walked to the Inspector General and told Inspector General, this is what we expect? Let's this time walk to yesterday we were with the NCIC and we put our demands on him as a religious group. This is what we expect.
Which is what?
We expect accountability. We expect you to act. We don't want to hear nitafanya, nitakwenda, I will, we will. We want to hear it is happening and see it happen. That's the accountability we are demanding. So we as Wanjiko on the crossroad, we need to know our rights and wake up, and we need to speak about it. Because we can complain and say they are not independent. How did they find themselves there?
Yeah.
They found themselves there because we opened a law through the Constitution and opened door through the Constitution for them to be there. So we need to stand and say no to this kind of behavior styles.
Yeah. Dr. One thing that has been said there, brother, what I hear you say is the responsibility then of Mwananchi as well, on Wanjiko, on the kind of people that they clap for, people that they give opportunities, people that they elect into office. While that as it may, then one asks the question, in the event that these messages, because they're being spewed where people are, what should Mwananchi do at that particular point? Because Mwananchi has given you the trust to be in those offices, and also goes further to trust that the bodies that they have put in place to safeguard them from such messages would also do their job. So the police, the ODPP, the EACC, the NCIC, the Mwananchi as well have said, whilst we are the ones who've elected these individuals, we're equally giving you the power to deal with any mess that would come from that. So is it a break from communication systems, understanding on what they ought to do?
First of all, what should Mwananchi do? The first thing Mwananchi should consult with another Mwananchi and make a stand. Consult another Mwananchi, and apart from them, they are not leading themselves, they are leading us. So Mwananchi should come together and make a decision as a block and say, this is our expectation. And Mwananchi should not also go looking for favors to them because the end justifies the means. Mwananchi should not also accept to go and take some handouts so that he tells other people what to do. I tell you, if Mwananchi is connected and makes a decision, those people will not be what they are. They are doing that because they know we are hero worshippers. We worship them even when they say nonsense. But if Mwananchi backs up and say, now from there I know my rights, then it will be. And then Mwananchi should should know that leadership comes with the responsibilities. Mwananchi should be so clear. Leadership comes with the responsibilities. Your office has some responsibilities. And Mwananchi should go and know this a particular office, what are the demands on this office? Then Mwananchi put those demands on them. And then require that individual in those offices and tell them, but an Inspector General, you are not Inspector General of police officers. You are Inspector General of me. So I expect you to mediate between me and my friend when you have disagreed. But when Inspector shows you are not independent enough, then I'll not trust you. And then we make decisions. As our decision is coming 2027. If 2027 comes, and then Mwananchi is going to make decisions on how many blankets he was given, then Mwananchi has also given up his rights. So Mwananchi should take blankets but do the right thing.
Right. Why did you feel it necessary as the NCCK to go and have a meeting with the NCIC?
So that we can put across what we are right on the cross. NCCK, we are for Mwananchi. We take care of Mwananchi needs. That's the mind, spirit, and soul. NCCK is a representative of the church. The church and the state, they are two sisters who work together for betterment of mankind. And anything that happens with the mankind, it affects us. NCCK works through the churches. The churches, they are speaking to the same Wanjiko on a day in. We have a forum of these people every day. So the right thing to go and sit with him and tell my brother, like now, the person in the office of NCIC is one of us. He's a bishop like us. So we need to go and point the figures to him and tell him, this is not right. This is not right. Put your house in order so that we can see some measurables. So that we don't sit on the road and accuse him when we don't understand. Also, we are able to understand him better. We are able to name as a person. When I'm sitting looking at you and you are looking at me, I'm able to know to get your ethical standards, to see your mindset, and then we are able to get some measurables on the round table. So to get some measurables, I sit with them and understand. Again, to let him know that's our office, not his. That's Mwananji's office. And then we present the needs of the people we preach to every Sunday.
In that meeting with the NCIC, what did they say are their concerns? Why are they unable to do their job as expected? What's the difficulty?
For now, we have a new office, and the first thing they are restructuring. What was left undone with the other office, they are putting in order so that they can move on and structure. And what they want is our support, so that we can support them, we can move together with them, and then we can point figures to them. Well, first of all, they are sure that they are not. They are not against us pointing figures on them. We should point figures on them, but we should come out with the measurables and tell them no to what they are supposed to do.
What do you think should be the discipline or the punishment for folks who go outside the dictates of humanity, where it is that you should treat another human being with decorum and respect, that you should say things that uphold the principles of that respect? What would you imagine should be the punishment if somebody goes outside of those lines?
Simple, kick them out of leadership using structures put together with our two books. Make sure they don't assume to any leadership, and look for the structures on how they get to leadership and make sure they don't. And first of all, we need to know. And as preachermen, we need to put clear. Faith comes by hearing. So we need to say, this is not a leader. So what should be done? We kick them out of leadership using the laid down procedures in the Constitution. And we need to tell Wanjiku, this is not a leader. This is somebody that came in by accident. And the accident was done by you. It is you who hit the vehicle. And so Wanjiku, turn around and get the right person there. Behave like what we have said here and there. Don't follow people's mindset. Get out of it.
From where you sit, do you think Wanjiku are ready to say no, to call them out whenever these messages are being spewed?
Wanjiku needs education. He needs education from me and you. The biggest threat of Wanjiku is the elites, the political elites, the academic elites. Those are the people, because Wanjiku trusts them. He took them to school. He thinks they are genuine, and yet they are not genuine. So they come and tell Wanjiku what's not there. They come and tell Wanjiku how the schools are working. And Wanjiku has no way of making sure that they are not working until she goes to hospital. Then she realizes there are no medicine in the hospital. Until she's stuck there. Her children has not been school has not been paid. And then she's told there's free education. And so, are we able to unveil specifics to Wanjiku as the academic elites? Are we able to unveil the political elites? Are we able to run away from that manipulation for domination so that Wanjiku will understand where we are coming from? And then we that speak from the pulpit, do we speak the truth and the truth alone?
Do you?
Do you? Yes, we do. Because we follow the first book, the scripture, the other book, the Constitution. But the Constitution is you to follow it. I'm also part of the Constitution, right? But it's you to unveil it to an angel.
You know, these statements that we hear being spewed right now, one would not have to look back. We just have to go back to 2007, 2008, post-election violence, and what that did to this country. And with the reports that you've seen from the Kofi Annan Foundation, who was the broker that brought peace after the 2007, the foundation has warned that Kenya is highly likely to find itself back in 2007, or even worse than what we experienced back then. Yet, you look at what is being said, especially by the political class, and it's cause for alarm. For us not to end up there right now with NCIC and all these bodies moving in and securing this country, what must we, wananchi, the clergy, the police and all these agencies do so that we don't head up to 2007?
This is the time we need to be together than before. This is the time we need to be thinking together. This is the time we need to be consulting from all the religious leaders, the government officers, and other people. International, we need to be consulted, because where we are heading, we will head to see anything like 2027. Not only that, we also need to come back to our senses and ask ourselves, are we only going to complain when we are nearing general election, or when commissions are set, we look in those commissions and established and be able to accomplish what they told us? There is the curricular report. How far did we go about the curricular report? Yeah. The ANAN, the 4 agendas of the ANAN Commission, have we worked on them? Agenda 4, how far are we? And so what are we supposed to do? Again, me and you, we need to be smart enough to go to those reports. After even 2027, 2028, we need to go and ask the systems, have we done anything with the Agenda 4 of the ANAN report? What have we done about it? The curricular report, the things he mentioned, what are we doing about it? So that should be the question. And then we, in the where we are, we need to ask ourselves, who is supposed to do this? Instead of just abusing one another, instead of gaslighting one another, we need to sit down and go to those agendas. But this has been a weakness because people benefit out of it. Some politicians will not want those agendas to be tabled on the table, because what happens? They benefit out of it. That's why I started by saying politicians are not enemies. Actually, politicians are friends. It's just their interest. Even when you see them right now calling others, you are not going to make it, I am going to make it, you'd be surprised to see them come back together, again look at us and laugh at us because we are their food. They are just playing around with us. When you see them abuse one another, they are not serious. They are just trying to make food on the table. We are their food. So Kenyans are supposed to be better than that and jump out from this, where our slumber, and say no.
So Kenyans have said no previously. Kenyans have been in a position where they've come out to protest over some of these things. The Agenda 4 that you talk about, the entrenchment of certain reports to ensure that those are actually alive in society. And what they've been met by unfortunately, is disappearances, arrests, disallowance to then be in a position of protest. Because you have to admit, Doc, that some of these things, it's not a happy conversation that you're going to have and say, oh, please then allow me to live within the some of them are going to be difficult. But the Constitution also then allows you to protest some of these things to make that you actually do your job. But if you're met by violence, if you're met by disappearances, if you're met by torture, and if you're met by death, the likelihood of someone coming back is either come back with greater force or you don't come back. How do you mitigate against those things which people in Kenya are feeling today? Like, I know, for example, that a leader should not do 1, 2, 3. I know that constitutionally some of these things should be entrenched. But if they are not, you can protest against such things. But if people are saying, well, we can't protest because we don't want to be unalived, what do you do?
We need to find a way to deal with the impunity. We need to find a way to deal with this spirit utadu. And how do we do this? First of all, Kenyans should be united than before. Kenyans should come together as religious organization. We all need to join other organizations, like the Interreligious Council of Kenya, the NCCK. We need to be part and parcel of those movements, so that these movements, civil society, so that these movements will be able to unveil these things without focusing on individualism. And then also Kenyans also need to change in their mind, in their mindset of where I come from, regional mindset, to become Kenyans. If we all become Kenyans from morning to evening without turning back to regionalism, we'll deal with those things in a day's time. We'll be able to fight that kind of impunity, because this impunity is used when you go back to your own cocoon and think that you are being safeguarded. When you steal, they say this is our thief. But if Kenyans will pick their 2 books and say, If you are not part of this book, you are not a Kenyan. And if you are Kenyan, you stay at home, not in leadership. All these things ends up leadership. Everything is leadership. And you know what? My good book of Genesis 1, it speaks and says, man was created and then he was told, go and have dominion. The reason why man was created is to have dominion. That is management. All these things you talk about, it's because of leadership. So long as you get wrong leadership in place, people don't understand that leadership is there to lead. Leadership is opportunity to serve, then you'll get in that mess. So we need to do a lot of training. We call upon organizations to train, especially this time before 2027. This is the time we need to bring young people together and train of expectation, what we expect. We in the religious space, we need to bring those Christians together and agree to be there. Kenyans need to agree to join this organization to understand. Don't be alone. Stick together. Then we'll be able to get ways out. Are we going to get resistance? Yes, resistance will be there. That's why I said these people, they abuse one another because they gain out of those abuses. They abuse one another because out of it, that's their cup of tea. So what are we supposed to do? We need to identify to know. If you don't know, they know you don't know, then it'll be messed up. But if they know you know, they'll be careful before they deal with you.
I mean, Kenyans have pushed back. Kenyans have demanded that right be done. Kenyans have demanded that they do not be unalived. Kenyans have demanded for proper representation and proper governance in the country. But the other side has as well pushed back because everybody wants to protect their bases. But that notwithstanding, Kenyans are not giving up. What do we see these likely to do in 2027 or even in the future when the citizens push back?
Actually, what we see happening, if you are an independent, you'll give up. You are not going to push the masses to do what you want. The masses will stand and say no. If you see 1 million Kenyans come from this side, even if you have how many pundukis, you cannot deal with them. Even if you have 40 AK-47, you not finish them. So what are you going to do? Again, unity of purpose is going to make sure that Kenyans will achieve what we want. But by the way, when all is said and done, Kenyans, we are better. We have our own strength. If you go in the other countries and people say you tell them you come from Kenya, from other international meeting we attend, you tell them from Kenya, they say yes. Kenyans, you are strong because you don't like nonsense. Other people, they don't speak the way you speak. Other people, they are even religious people. They'll only speak when doors are closed, not the way we are. So Kenyans, we also need to look at ourselves and say, yes, we have moved an inch. We are ahead of some other people. But we have a lot to be done because we can speak it out. But let's not allow the opportunity, the gate we have right now to go back. Let's not allow anybody to come and close the doors that we have opened in the past for our children to have better life and better homes in the future.
There's a lot to do and there's a lot to be conscious about, even as we continue to talk about these things, that we're getting into a place where the temperatures are likely to increase significantly. But for people to be aware of this then also is very important for us. Dr. Alphonse Kanga, thank you for joining us this morning and being part of this conversation where we're looking at very important things when it comes to how things will be governed, and not just from a government point of view, but from the people. Asante sana. Taming the tongue is what we've been looking at this morning. Dr. Alphonse Kanga is the NCCK Regional Chair and has been our guest this hour. Thank you very much for being in the Situation Room with us this morning, and it's been lovely to then have that conversation with you. We'll talk again tomorrow, God willing. Have a wonderful rest of the day. Good morning. It's 10 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the news. I'm Sheila Tembor. More than 1,200 children have been reported missing in Kenya between January 2025 and June 2026, with 334 still unaccounted for. A statement by Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen tabled before the National Assembly Administration and Internal Security Committee shows that 917 children have been traced and reunited with their families. The Rift Valley recorded the highest number of cases with 349, followed by the Eastern region with 243, Central with 230, Western with 103, the Coast with 83, Nairobi with 54, and Nyanza with 42 cases. Murkomen said the government is strengthening child protection measures through police child protection units, surveillance along trafficking routes, and collaboration with communities and other stakeholders. MPs have, however, called for a stronger action to prevent child disappearances and improve response efforts. Lack of awareness on safe childbirth practices has been cited as a major contributor to maternal and newborn deaths in Kilifi County. The founder of the Save Mother and Child program under the Shina Foundation, Nazi Mwambura, says limited knowledge on reproductive health continues to affect the well-being of mothers and babies.
Watoto wanakuwa umri wao hawambatani na vile vimo vyao na mili yao. Hilo ni tatizo la kukosa chakula bora ambacho wakati mwingi naletwa na umaskini, lakini pia kinaletwa na kutojua. Hapa pwani tuko na chakula kingi, tuko na samaki ambao ni wazuri sana kwa kuweza kutengeneza ubongo wa mtoto, lakini unaona kwa watu huwa wanauza samaki alafu wananunua mikate ya buffalo. Kwa hivyo wakati mwingi huwa ni kule kutojua.
Health experts have also linked the deaths to poor nutrition, missed antenatal clinic visits, and blood shortages in public hospital. Kilifi County has recorded more than 20 maternal deaths in the past 6 months, and communities have been urged to donate blood, while expectant mothers are encouraged to seek antenatal care early and maintain proper nutrition during pregnancy.
Lakini pia kama mama tusingoje paka ule muda ambapo lazima upate kutiwa damu mwilini ndo usaidike. Tunaweza anza na zile tumesema preventable. Kama ni lishe bora, damu inategemea sana lishe. Kama ni lishe bora, je, kile chakula tunakula kinatuongezea damu.